I'm back. I don't know if anyone's actually going to be able to hop on at this point, or if anyone sees that I'm streaming, or if they've jumped over to other streams at this point. So I do apologize, but my power came back on much earlier than I thought it would. I'm screwed if they start putting anything on stream, but I'll be resetting chat and stuff here while I wait. Yeah, it came back online suddenly. Okay. I think I've managed to recover. I've lost my live control room, though. Let's... There we go. Hi, Rin. Alright. I wonder if that's why my desktop audio was dying on me. That's what I was trying to get to work last time. No, my desktop audio just sucks right now. That's interesting. The Fate 20th Anniversary info channel is great. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. What's going on the info channel? Okay, can I... Oh! Is that working? No. Oh! I got the audio working. So, yes, I'll keep... I'll keep desktop audio on for now. I'll be muting it if anything crazy comes on, though. Oh, that was something. Okay, I'm just gonna start recovering my chat here. Or it seems like it's gonna be mostly live interviews today. I think they like right before my power cut out, they pretty much announced that it was going to have like it's going to be panel based. So if we need to, we'll push back the CCC stream. I'm not going to cut away from this immediately, and if this is still going, but we'll see. I guess we have Rin and Sakura's VAs up right now. That's interesting. I mean, if anywhere was going to cut out, cutting out at the the Aniplex head being there probably was the best place to cut out. Whew. We'll slowly recover people here, and maybe I can be a little bit more lively again. I'm really hoping the power doesn't die on me again. Like this was not supposed to come back as quickly as it was actually. The original announced time was like 12:25, which is still another like 40 minutes for where I'm at right now. So they have the 3 heroine interview right now. I think some of this stuff they talked about on the because I definitely remember the Rin's voice actress trying out for Sakura's role as well. I think they talked about it on the 20th anniversary stream from earlier in the year on JP side as well. It's interesting that all 3 of them tried out for Sakura. Thank you, Zero Herrera. I had not thought I would be back this quickly. I was actually in the middle of drafting up a community post letting people know I wouldn't be back until later, and then my power came back online as I was drafting that. Yes, yeah, no, that's all that's really been announced so far is that there's going to be an Ataraxia worldwide release, and that's like the one that was the safest thing you could predict here. Yeah, I'm going to turn on a light. Spoilers for the visual novel, Albert. What the fuck? Sakura is best girl. That's what I thought too, Tacos. I genuinely thought I wasn't going to be back for another 40 minutes. And then as I'm drafting up the community post, my power kicks back on. So I rush and get everything reset up. If you were to go back in the VOD at the beginning of the stream, I didn't even have the chat set up. No, there's. I actually didn't miss much either. I don't think. Like they had the Aniplex head on, and he said a few things, nothing crazy, and then it cut to break after Albert announced that like the structure of the panels today. So we're not. I don't think we're expected to have any. Yeah, no, I didn't. I don't think I missed anything at all. Like it was mostly the same waiting room page that they had us on at the very start before as well. Two mains try out for their opposing roles, and both were among the few to actually get in for line reads. Interesting, interesting. I don't know Supernatural that well, actually. I've only ever watched the first 2 episodes, maybe. I know Seki is big into Supernatural, which is funny because she hates horror. But she and another person, I forget the screen name that person used that did something else for a different YouTube channel, were trying to do like supernatural like discussion podcasts. It didn't go anywhere, I don't think. I think that channel's been pretty dead for at least a year or two, if not 3. That's fair, yeah. Seasons. I think a lot of shows tend to go that way, where early seasons tend to be better. Usually, that's around the time where I think a lot of shows start losing steam. Oh wow, this really is spoilers. This is like late Fate route, I'm pretty sure. Let's be honest here. This is just an excuse for Albert to reread Fate Stay Night to collect footage for this. We all know Albert was rereading Fate Stay Night on the job in the office. Really? Production contracts are almost always for 5 seasons? And then at the end of the contract, they might renegotiate, but it'll be, they're trying to pay less. I guess that makes sense. That's when you start seeing, like, budget cuts. Oh, they just said Avalon. We actually are getting into spoilers here. This is funny. Not that it matters. The Fate 20th anniversary stream. I would hope anyone watching this has at least seen the Fate anime, even if they haven't read the visual novel. Really, Type Redline's an odd one. I mean, Type Redline has beautiful art, so I get why if like especially if you like the artwork in manga, I can see why like Type Redline with its really good art and high like really well done. It's really well done gore too. Um, why you might like that one. For some reason, redirects say, yeah, yeah. Like, the Fate anime is there's some odd decisions made in that one, and it's not even just tied to like Type Moon lore and what it does. Like I don't know how many people have been around for a while on the channel and watched our original Fate discussion, but in the Fate Stay Night anime, they adapt the UBW route scene where Ryder skewers Shiro's arm with her weapon, and that it's only in the UBW route in the visual novel, but they put it into the Fate route for the anime, and Shiro starts limping, and there's just this. This was Seki's impression of Fate for the longest time was limping from an arm wound. So like logic isn't always the best, even outside of like Type Moon lore in the Fate anime. Yu-Gi-Oh! Huh. Interesting. I guess that the scene they just showed. Another callback to our Fate anime discussion. That scene inspired the bane of Seki's existence, which was Realm screaming at the top of his lungs, Excalibur, which blew out the mic, made it harder on Seki in editing, and also, I don't think Seki could hear for a couple minutes after that. It's funny. I'm gonna talk. I'll probably talk about this more in the when I do the visual novel review, which will come eventually. It'll come eventually, but it's they really made some odd decisions with the anime compared to the visual novel. That I think really paints a lot of the way you see that story. Like Shiro is not nearly as much of a dumbass as he is in the or in the anime as he is in the visual novel. And UBW being the next route they adapt is interesting because that one Shiro is supposed to be a little bit more openly stupid. Because you're supposed to be more critical of him for the Archer stuff. The Fate route though, he was not as brick-headed in the Fate route as he is in the UBW route. But they made a lot of decisions that make him appear to be that brick-headed. So when you come from say if you're an anime only and you come from Fate Zero and watch either of the Fate anime, your impression of Shiro is now that he's a flaming dumbass because you've read UBW, which is more critical of him, and then you've read and you've watched UBW and you've watched Fate, the original Fate anime, where they just completely mischaracterized him. I don't think they're announcing a Fate anime route. They did a lot of the same exact reminiscing in the JP Fate stream as well. If they didn't announce the Fate anime route there, they're not doing it here. Gil's Noble Phantasm and saying goodbye to Kuzuki is hilarious and goofy. There's some things like about the Dean anime. Like, I don't know if I went into it as much in our discussion, but I do love the like. Seki didn't care for it, but I love the soundtrack for the Dean anime. It's got a lot of personality that I think really helped the show. It helps it have its own identity next to the other Fate works. Oh yeah, he was like romantically stupid, and some of those scenes do get a little rough in the Fate route, but it was romantically stupid in the way you'd expect out of romance, not this man is actually stupid. I think the original Fate route in the visual novel, Shiro comes off as a lot more relatable, especially in the both the new translation that Albert's team put out, as well as there's a more recent fan translation, I forget the name of it, that does a little bit of a better job portraying Shiro's personality. He comes off as a lot more relatable than he does in the Dean anime. Yes. Yeah, the Dean anime music is pretty god tier. Like, in some ways, when I think about, like, the Fate... like, what I think Fate Stay Night... Like, Stay Night sounds like... I think of the Studio Dean soundtrack more than I think of the UBW or even the Heaven's Feel soundtracks. Not that I don't appreciate them. I like the UBW soundtrack for what it is, and the Heaven's Feel soundtrack I really like. It feels... I think they did a good job making that one feel cinematic. But, the Studio Dean soundtrack definitely... I think... hit the tone of the visual novel a lot better than the later Fate Stay Night soundtracks. And there were some changes in the Studio Dean anime that I do like. Like, I do like that you get to see the Archer and Herc scuffle a little bit more than you do in the visual novel. Because, like, in the visual novel, Archer just kind of gets into a scuffle with Herc and then dies off. Like, starts a fight with Herc and dies off screen. In the anime, you actually get to see a little bit of that, and I think it's really cool. Like, that's just, like, a cool way for Archer to go out. It hints at the Shiro-Archer connection without fully revealing it. You have to, like, read between the lines, and they use the soundtrack to portray that there, because they play the same theme for Archer and Shiro later, which is just the Emiya theme. I think it works really well, actually. But other things, yeah, there's a lot of like what decisions with that adaptation. Yeah, Trace over Edge. I love the Fate Zero soundtrack, and I do like the Heaven's Feel soundtrack because it has the callbacks to Fate Zero, and there are a few of the fight themes are legendary. And Heaven's Feel actually does a really good job of leitmotifs. Like, if you listen for leitmotifs in the Heaven's Feel soundtrack, they're really good. I actually think Heaven's Feel, of all the Fate soundtracks, probably does the best with leitmotifs, especially because they go back to the Fate Zero leitmotifs as well, where they want to make that connection. That's probably Smud telling me that my power's back online. No, he was bluffing. But yeah, UBW has some really good soundtrack moments too. I just think that the average song song requires lyrics. The average track in UBW just isn't as memorable as a lot of the other Fate soundtracks, including Dean, Heaven's Feel, Zero. Even Apocrypha, I think, has a bit more memorable soundtrack than UBW. Not really, Ilias. Whole Lotta Roxy got a worldwide release, like, officially it's announced now. It's not just Japan announced, it'd be English translations in the Japanese version. Now we know officially it's getting brought over. They're just doing cast interviews and talking about, like, going over some scenes from the visual novel. Ren's motif in UBW is alright. I've liked UBW more, the soundtrack a little bit more on my recent listeners, and I have purchased it the same way I've purchased the other Fate soundtracks, and I do like some of the tracks. But it's definitely the one where if I hear it, I don't immediately recognize what each track is as often. It just doesn't stand out to me as much. Which is nothing against T.H.E, the soundtrack, the person who does soundtracks who did that soundtrack. I can't remember specifically who did that one. I think I said it was Yuki Kajra in the review, and I was just wrong. But the person who does most of the Fate soundtracks, I love them. Like, above all else, like if I'm talking my favorite Type Moon soundtracks, Mihoyo far and away takes that right now. And that was done by the same person, I'm 99% sure. So it's nothing against them, I just think UBW isn't one of their strongest soundtracks. The school being engulfed in a barrier is the first time... My power is officially restored. Thanks, guys. I got that officially 26 minutes ago. Two of the UBW composers, same composer, Fate Night. Yeah. Yeah, Case Files has its own identity with the soundtrack as well. I can recognize Case Files soundtrack on immediately. I think it does a good job with the tone it's going for. And I do appreciate its OP being like the only Fate OP to have no lyrics. I always appreciate a no lyric OP. Case Files needs to return. Yeah, Case Files, I think we're getting pretty close to finish. Like they're close to finishing the fan translation of Adventures of Lord Elmaloy. I'm hoping that finishes up before Seki gets back from her trip, because then when she gets back, we can put the next arc of Elmaloy on the off-the-shelf schedule. Great OST, but aside from a few tracks, the same composers. Yeah, they added lyrics in the Case Files special, which I think was cool. It was a cool thing to do, but I appreciate Case Files for having having the balls to have no lyrics for its OP. That could also just been a budget thing, but it gives it more identity, in my opinion. Have fun with your session, Jens. For Ajax, getting into GGO. I know that game. Wait, was that really the scene they were gonna do? Senpai, Ohayo gozaimasu? Yeah, that was actually pretty funny.
There is some discussion that needs to be had when we return to the office.
Oh wait, no, the scene broke. Wait, I'm gonna rewind that. Did that break on them? This. Wait a minute, did they? It's cursed? The 20th anniversary stream is cursed? Wait, where'd their video go? Is that me? Is that the stream? There it is. I almost thought they stuffed the video there too. I wish I could find every last, video presentation done for FGONA One idea I had for a video a long time ago was seeing the evolution or devolution of the NA streams and like really going through them and rating them, like for how they do, even though we know what's coming. But I can't find a lot of the old ones, so I think they delist them, and I don't think anyone takes the time to really preserve those. So I don't know if anyone knows you could find all of them. Let me know. I would love to go through and like really chronicle them, but that's it's an idea I had to scrap after I wasn't able to find them all myself. Because the NA streams are sometimes their jank is a little bit amusing, like going from Albert's audio quality to like them running out of time, or whether like how like what they know to do, because they can't. It's nothing they're revealing is brand new, so they have to fill in the gaps in other ways. Sometimes they do better things than others. Sometimes they have new stuff they can reveal that's a little bit more hype, and sometimes they do a stream during the FGO anniversary in their air-conditioned broom closet in JP. Waiting on his dad, Akhenaten. Yeah. Yeah, that would be a cool servant to have in there. I actually... Or Akhenaten? I'm bad with the Egyptian pharaoh name pronunciations, but Seki's better than I am at that. But I do know that person. I did actually do some research on them not that long ago at all. Not for anything for the channel, by the way. For other reasons. Actually, for the channel, we're kind of slowing down on video production on the channel. We have a few more off the shelves to do. I need to read a bunch of light novels over the next couple weeks. Like next week or two, I have to finish like 3 light novels. I have to finish the most recent volume of Frerin, and I have to finish and I have to do we only have one more reacts to record too, and one more anime discussion before we go on break for recording. Not that there's a break on the channel. Yeah, he would make a neat berserker. Oh, that's some good voice acting. I hadn't heard the voice acting for this scene before. But no, that was really good. I need to not read this because I want to read this when I actually get to the visual novel. Even though I know what's happening. More and more... Ajax at the Larkspur Association out of your head because that... I'm finding more and more with the Fate Stay Night visual novel, it's harder for me to revisit because I think the anime ruined it for me. Not that I think the anime is better. I actually think the visual novel is better in almost every way. But there's a lot in the Fate Stay Night visual novel that I don't know that hits as well when you know what's going to happen, or when you have an idea, like when you envision what's going to happen in your head. Nothing against the Fate Stay Night visual novel. I still think that's probably better to do. It's better as a whole to read the visual novel before the anime, I think. It's just harder to go back to the visual novel from the anime than the other way around, I'm pretty sure. I think with the visual novel right now, the moments I'm appreciating are not the big like the action scenes. Whoa. That was interesting. It's not the action scenes I'm appreciating in the visual novel right now. It's the everything in between, like the dialogue scenes are just Compared to the anime, they're much better.
This is the first time that it was never revealed in the other rounds, but this is a scene where the truth is
Marks per shape barrier.
it's something that hasn't been revealed until then.
I guess Ajax would be a pretty cool servant, but
There's something that
there's a lot of servants where I think they'd be cool. Like King Tut not being a servant before now is pretty. It's wild. King Tut is one of the most famous Egyptian pharaohs, and that just wasn't in Fate yet. All these years, like 20 years of Fate, 10 years of FGO, or 9 years at this point of FGO, wasn't in Fate.
embraced her and accepted and took in whatever she was hiding, which
I could see that. I could see that. I think I've seen the problem is I think I've just seen the anime too many times. That's probably wholly. I've seen the anime too many times, so the parts I'm finding interesting aren't the stuff that the anime. The anime did a relatively good job with the action scenes for the most part. There are, with some exceptions, especially in the Fate route, and maybe a few times they did a little too much or not enough. But it's the in between scenes that get me the most in Fate Stay Night, and I have some hot takes on Fate Stay Night that I kind of want to share during the review.
We'll have some after looking at this scene.
Whoa, they're really showing all the way at the end here. Okay. I know I've got the stream obscured. I don't really need this obscured, seeing how obscured it is for you guys. Not for this part. I'll lower the opacity dramatically, I think. Honestly, I could probably kill this right now. There you go. Although my screen is... I know, that's just because it's dark on stream right now. Okay, I just looked over and I realized they really darken the room. Yeah. We'll have the obscuring will occur when they do like strange fake stuff, or if they show off any anime trailers.
While the line sign is short, I think there's a lot of emotion packed into the book.
I mean, I've read the Fate visual novel before. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name. I wish I could. I'd have to have Seki here maybe to do that. I've read the Fate visual novel before. I've read all of the Fate route in most of the UBW, and I know the Heaven's Feel route's supposed to be peak. That's the one I'm most excited for, because I've heard the most good things about it, and to my understanding, that's the one that's going to play on Nasu's strengths as a writer the most. But I do have some thoughts on Fate, not necessarily compared to the anime, because although I actually fully acknowledge the VN is better than the anime in almost every way. Alex. Okay, Alex. Yeah, I do. I can't acknowledge that it's better than the anime in almost every way. I think the anime has ruined me just for the action scenes in the visual novel. I'm just not invested in them when I'm reading the visual novel anymore. But I have some hot takes about Fate compared to the other visual novels. At least compared to Tsukihime R and Mihoyo. And I don't necessarily think it's all to do with the fact that the other two are newer. I think there's very clear areas where Nasu has improved as a writer since then that are apparent in the VN. And that's kind of where most of my crazy hot takes come from. Like, if anything ruined me to the Fate visual novel more than the anime, it also could be the fact that I read the visual novel for that after reading Mihoyo, and the reread is after reading Tsukiyar. dark history had to be erased because of Akhenaten's actions. That's fair.
So listening to it myself again, revisiting it, I was very surprised.
Needs to get in at some point. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I think I would be happy to see more pharaoh representation in Fate in general. I'm sure more than me, Seki would be happy to see it. It's kind of why I appreciate Lost Einyar so much, even though it's only one volume in, because it's giving more focus to. Because right now, Fate, like the big bulk of Fate is Arthurian, some Celtic, because of FGO especially, and FGO has really increased the Japanese representation in Fate. A lot of the other areas of the world, you have at most like 5 servants or so. And having something like Lost Einyar, which provides extra focus to a specific area of the world, or a specific set of stories, it's nice. It helps fill out some of our some of that a little bit more, I think. Because I understand they can only have so many Fate servants at once. You can only ever do like, I would say 10 new servants a year at max for FGO. Sometimes you get a little bit more or less depending on the major story releases. And for like proper like new Fate stories, assuming they don't bring in any recurring servants from previous works, you're getting at max like 7 or 8 servants. Maybe you get a little bit more than that for something with extra servant slots. Doesn't have Saber. I didn't know that the main character didn't have Saber. That's fair. My brother actually, I'm surprised the main character doesn't have Saber. I don't know if he's in FGO NA or JP or not. I don't know which server he's in. I'd assume NA since he does a lot of he does reading of the Type Moon stuff on stream. But we did have that Stay Night campaign. Did he not pick Saber? Yeah, Foreigner would also be a pretty good one. Has Assassin and Servant, he would win by using whatever little. Honestly, I want to see more Fate works that give the main character servants that aren't necessarily Saber. Because Fate works really like to give their main character Saber. Like, thinking about it, Stay Night, obviously, Saber. Zero, if you want to assign... If like, the closest you get to a main character is Kiritsugu, Saber. Apocrypha... I'm back. I'm back. I'm about to go. We can go fight someone, I think.
Before when we say Saber, we know it's one character. Now Saber, we're like, which Saber are we talking about? Lancer Saber? So you have voiced all the different.
This stream might end up demonetized for expletives again, I swear to God.
Lady Avalon and Fall in the anime adaptation. Is this your first time voicing characters other than Saber? Franchise, and what was that experience?
The foreigners can share outer gods. Akhenaten and Cthulhu confused for his god Aten. Yeah, I could see. Honestly, I could see an outer god being mistaken for the god Aten. Akhenaten having that be having an outer god confused for his god Aten would be fun. I'm gonna text Seki, see if she wants to hop into at least chat and talk about it, because Seki's the one who'd like have a lot to say on Akhenaten, I'm pretty sure. No, not really. They transitioned into talking about FGO. Thankfully, it's cutting out like at the best times to miss nothing.
セーバーリリーもアンリミテッドコード格闘ゲームに
Wait, my chat's not back. I need to.
未知の世界すぎて那須さんと相談しながら一つのをどういうふうに同じアルトリア戦ドラゴン
Huh.
ですけれども
My chat's gone. Oop, I did not mean to pause that. I need to fix chat here on stream, but otherwise.
なるとどういうふうになるのかっていうのを相談しながら一つ一つ
Let's pull my control room up here.
一番驚いたのは暗号
Come on.
実は
We're just
私こん
gonna
なにやってる
pop
の
out
に
chat.
まだ他の役もやっていいんだって一番驚きましてこれは言っちゃおうかななんで私がアンボニーですかって那須さんに聞いたら那須さんが川澄さんのお嬢様キャラが聞きたかったんだって言ったのをとてもよく覚えています。
So, you know, when I was reporting for Saber and
There we go.
her, you know, I've reported them, or I know those characters from State, you know.
Oh, so that's how I can fix it.
Was
There we go.
a fighting game from Maroon Coast, so I had experience.
One of Nyarlathotep's titles is the Black Pharaoh, so you can hijack a historical pharaoh's summoning. That'd be interesting, but they could do some repeating of foreigner.
Service. So basically, I worked in reporting with Nasan, and you know, I asked, you know, I consulted what kind of, you know, kind of acting should I do, what kind of voices should I reflect based on their weapons, their different times that they lived in, that sabers, how when they use these weapons, how do they sound, how there's all these things that I had to consult with Nasan.
Sorry, I don't know what Sekio will be joining
You know,
in chat at all,
most surprising character.
but we'll see. I think Seki's got stuff going on right now.
Out of all the characters that I voiced,
Demands his time in the sun.
why am I voicing Anbon? And Nasan basically said, I wanted to hear Kawasumi-san, your Ojo-sama, your Ojo-sama.
They're talking about the I think they're talking about right now the repeated of I wasn't paying too much attention, but it sounds like they're talking about the fact that they voice other random characters here and there in FGO.
About the M. Bonnie story, so that's very interesting. And out of all these years reporting for characters, fond memories reporting each of the characters that you have voiced. Is there a specific experience or character that stood out during all these years?
まあいろいろなサーモンを収録した中で一応のキャラクターご自身がまあ経験したエピソードやキャラクターで特に思い出のあることってthat has to be Altria Caster.
Oh, her favorite character to voice is Altria Caster. Interesting. Or the one that stands out. So it could be just that anecdote. I assume she's talking about the anecdote of Nasu telling her to do something different with the Altria, like it's a different character, so change up what you're doing.
私の中でセイバーは常に目の前のこと
The announcement of Lost Belt 7 info. I mean, they could announce Lost Belt 7 info, but also, like, they're not launching Lost Belt 7 earlier in the year. Unless they want to... I guess they could start us on Lost Belt 7. Put Lost Belt 7 Part 1 at the beginning of the year, Part 2 in the middle, Part 3 after... Well, no, Part 2 and 3 both... Oh, it's just 2 parts, wasn't it? Part 1 in the middle of the December and end December with the Christmas event. They could do that, but then that kind of screws with the Akira saying Merry Christmas thing. Are they just going to remove that? I want to be wished Merry Christmas by Kire. Went nuts, but Wakoya is a literal lunatic. Akhenaten is sun mad. That'd be funny if the two of them had interactions. Since the recurve bow became more prominent by the New Kingdom.
I don't want to do this anymore. I want to run away. So how
Yes, Alex, I am back. Honestly, if the power cuts out again, I'm at this point expecting to be back on within a few minutes. So, like, if you guys see me cut out, I'll put in an announcement if I'm told that it's going to go out for extended periods of time. I don't know why it cut out so quickly. Why it's cutting in and out. I'm sure they're figuring that out on their end, but I don't know. I assume it's the atmospheric river, but it's not even raining anymore. That's the crazy part. You know, this entire event could also be Albert. Just giving himself time to actually interview these VAs, because normally Albert gets cut off like a third of the way into questions, and he has to be like, "Yeah, we need to move on," or he does go all the way through, and then they run out of time and rush through the FGO announcements. Royale gimmick. Only Fate Zero and Strange Fake followed. Kinda, yeah. I think it's a problem of a battle royale storytelling. It's a lot of the times, especially because of the strengths Nasu as a writer specifically had with Fate Stay Night, and then I assume other authors run into a similar problem. Writing character pieces is harder with the battle royale, because if you want to show off, like Nasu with the concept of Fate wants to show off all of these servants. And I think there was room for that with the 3 routes in the Battle Royale format, but Nasu and other writers don't always take the best care to make it feel like the Battle Royale is happening around the story and not just directly because of the story, if that makes sense. In other series too, yeah. Like, not even just Fate, I think that holds true. I don't know why your message got blocked, Frozen. Let me check here. I have my phone open. I can turn off the volume and go into Nick mod real quickly. Nick mode. Let's see. I don't see a blocked message, so it's not even giving me the ability to let it through. Some things just get shut down, I guess. Sorry. True. Extra and Samurai Remnant are really good. I just don't think they always come to mind first because they're both video game side. Extra gets around it by making it a tourney, so you don't feel like things have just stopped around you. In Samurai Remnant, that more or less holds true. It's still hilarious that largely outside of a couple of moments, you are the one in Samurai Remnant that kills the enemy servant. But every once in a while, like Samurai Remnant's a lot better about it, I think, than some other works. It does try to see its battle royale moments to the end. I think the only time you don't finish off an enemy servant in Samurai Remnant is... I don't want to spoil Samurai Remnant too hard here. Assassin and Tsuchi Mikado, when you get to that split, you basically pick which one you're finishing off and which one gets defeated off screen. I know why Samurai Remnant didn't go too hard into that direction, but because you really can't, it's a first-person narrative. But it does have a similar trapping. FGO&A pretends Japan and 2 existing years of content don't exist, and no one knows what they're announcing. Yeah, FGO&A does do that. I understand why they do it. I do. And I think FGO tongue-in-cheek has made reference to the fact that we know. Obviously, they have the Clairvoyance EX joke. I know why they're doing it. But it is a little bit amusing, but it does also make for worse FGO streams, I think. That goes into, like, earlier I mentioned that I wanted to do a video that was just going over all the NA streams and seeing how they try to work around that or what they do to make the stream more interesting or more worth watching. And they sometimes manage that. Like, I think The best stream, in my opinion, that they've had so far was the Lost Belt 4 reveal stream that happened during COVID. It wasn't even a stream that they were doing pre-recording. Because they were doing pre-recording, they were using a lot of the Japanese setups because the Japanese VAs couldn't leave Japan, and Nissan couldn't leave Japan, so they did everything on the Japanese side and had Albert phone in, which really showed off how bad Albert's mic quality was. Someone buy that man a microphone. But that stream was interesting because they went into like heavy detail on the localization process. And that was probably my favorite stream, because they were talking about like how they handle NP names, giving boss any unique abilities found. A little bit. Giving boss. True. I think they could have made boss a little bit more distinguished from Archer Gill, but whatever. Yeah. Like, there's no way. I don't think there's any real way around the clairvoyance, and they. I think there's ways I think they treat it a little tongue in cheek because they're trying to preserve that original experience. And a lot of the clairvoyance, there's a hard line between what's a straight up spoiler and what's not. Like the spider. Talking about the spider is technically a huge spoiler. Like if you were to bring it up to someone playing JP, that would be kind of fucked actually. If they were to just drop the name of the spider and the fact like what the boss fight was going to look like far in advance. In NA, it's not treated as a spoiler, though. Not really on the NA side, because it's such a big event. But officially, they can't not treat it as a spoiler. That's like a... And like on the fan base side, we don't really think of it as much as a spoiler, because everyone's talking about strategy guides for that now. Like, years in advance. So it's interesting what's viewed as a spoiler, JP versus NA community, but they have to treat it like the JP community still. Because it is still a spoiler if you're not plugged in like we are. Coming out, Ajaxing Ancient Greek Terminator, that's just a magazine, you hacked them.
We have so many different characters here in FGO as well that you voice with very different personalities. We have Kama and Parvati.
Sakura.
And we also have the very cheery BB, who's
Sakura.
So first let's talk about BB. BB is a very cheery.
True. Tez is also considered a spider.
Also,
That's just a funny thematic thing, I think, though.
We can never forget about that one event. All of a sudden, we're getting a full boy story from BB and we don't know what's going on. So, can you tell us a little bit about recording for BB and what?
I guess that is funny. The first voice acting you ever hear in the middle of a story scene in Fate, and it's BB. I remember that moment.
さくらの養子をしたさくらではないキャラっていうのを初めて演じたのがビビでした。
She looks like Sakura, but she's not her. And so that was the first time. That was
I'm gonna push back the Fate Extra stream. We're still going on this, and I didn't know that it was how long this is gonna be. Fate Extra is gonna be pushed back a little bit, so if you're here, so if you're waiting for Fate Extra, we'll push that back. I'll just progressively push it back by an hour every time or by half an hour every time we hit that hour before mark. So, like once we hit 1:30, I'll push it back to 2:30, and same 2, I'll push back to 3. We'll just keep pushing it back. Because I do want to give myself a little break between the two, so I'll probably take, depending on when they finish, you'll see probably a half hour to a 45-minute break. It'll just keep getting pushed back. I don't want to push it back too late in the day because the intention is to play the rest of Extra CCC. I don't know how long that'll be, and I'd like to have some extra freedom in how, instead of playing at midnight my time. So I'm not going to push it back to the very end of the day, but we'll progressively push it back further and further as this stream continues. Right now, it's scheduled for 2. That might change. Slept his way onto the list of the 12 dead apostle ancestors. Yeah? Honestly, the fact that he's included there feels more like a joke to the on the part of the rest of the 12 dead apostle ancestors than it does Ort being part of the organization.
なのでビビちゃんが、黒桜とは違って小悪魔系ヒロインなんかそこのお芝居を
Is he still on the list in the remake, or has he been removed from the list? Like I know our boy Fu was removed from the list in the remake.
Sorry 大丈夫だったごめん
I could make some amazingly terrible comments right now. I'm not gonna.
作りをしたんですが、那須さんとそこはすごく話し合いながら、その小悪魔系ヒロインっていうのを私の中で少しずつ一緒に築き上げていってもらいました。
So it was the first time. So there was maybe it doesn't have the dark side, just like Sakura or dark Sakura. Rather, I
He did eat a dead apostle ancestor that picked a fight with him, and I think the dead apostle ancestors, if I'm not wrong, do have like something setting them apart from other dead apostles that he consumed and has now. But it's they are known to exclude like they exclude Roa, even though Roa would qualify as a dead apostle ancestor. Like the dead apostle ancestors do, and he's considered the 13th, I believe, by the church. So it's not against, like, it's not like they have to have Ort there at all. Especially because Ort is completely inactive for the most part. So, like, it is just them. I have to feel like someone in there just thinks it's funny. Like, they looked at the dumb shit that went and tried to mess with Ort, died, and like, nope, Ort's the dead apostle ancestor now. Good job. Good job, dumbass.
心の中からバカにしているのではなく、そのちょっと小バカにしているのをそこを楽しんでいる。なので、そういうところのセリフを楽しみながら演じている。BB ちゃんのそのなんだベースとなる部分が私の中で根付いて、今ではすんなりと演じやすいキャラクターで、とても私にとっては可愛い。
Oh, it is just a title. It is just a title, but like,
you know, like some of BB's lines.
that's one of the things where it's like, they don't need to give him that title. They really don't.
Yet she's not really serious. She's not really that mean. You know, she's just having fun. She's kind of playful. She's kind of having like a prankster kind of thing. And but so doing that, as I was doing, I was trying to have Phoebe sound like she was having fun. I wanted her, you know, the whole having fun part kind of just kind of came in naturally to me. And so I was able to establish
Found out with it.
or at least her voice.
Is the Forest of Enosh an actual dead apostle ancestor? I thought it was something made by a dead apostle ancestor, and they just left it alone, but it's known for being made by them.
Me is like this cute character that I can
Guess I'll snooze and spell time to go.
And then we also have the contrast of Kama and Parvati, which are polar opposite of each other.
I could be wrong, though. I haven't... It's not like I've religiously looked at what the dead apostle ancestor list is. The only thing I know is that poor Fu got taken off.
だったんですけど、まあどんなところを意識しながら、まあこの作品を収録していきましょう。
パールバティが一番お芝居としては桜に近いキャラクターとして演じています。
Parvati on an acting front is very close to Sakura. That's how I always keep in mind when voicing for Parvati.
ちょっと持つ優しさとか、パールバティはちょっと母性も感じるように演じています。
She has this thing of this latent, you know, kindness.
It came up in Elmaloy, which is the weirdest thing, because Elmaloy... The dead apostle ancestors aren't a thing in Elmaloy because it's a fate world. So, I don't know... I don't think it's on the list of dead apostle ancestors. I can take a look. I've got a phone here. I can take a look.
BB とまた演じ方も分かれている
Dead
と思っています。
apostle
特にカーマは再臨ごとによって
Ancestors. We'll look at the remake here. Remake is just the more up-to-date one, I think. I can look at the old original in a second.
そういうところも
So, 2021.
適量試され
What's the list that was released here? I believe they gave us a full
カーマ
list.
は一番演じがいがあるキャラクターです。
versus Kama is kind of like being
Oh, no, the Forest is, never mind, you're right, the Forest is on that list. But then again, I think...
for and especially for Kama and
I don't think it's the physical Forest, I think it's just the name, the Forest.
change, her age changes as well too. There's a different an age, and so there's a big wide
Oh, no, it is a Forest, yeah, no, never mind, you are right. You are right.
Kama. So as a voice actor, I feel like I'm challenged, or I feel like somebody's testing me as a voice actor when I'm acting, when I'm voicing Kama.
No, Elmaloy is... Actually, it's one of the works that Nos... It's specifically stated by the author in Nasu to be... Like, it's not like Strange Fake, actually. It is fully, like, part of the main timeline for Fate Stay Night.
全員一緒に喋るみたいな。
Actually, there's an interview at the back of one of the Elmaloy Case Files novels that really goes into, like, the difference in the attention that Nasu gives it versus something like Strange Fake. It's actually a good read if you want to give it a look.
We need to have you record all of them together at the same room. I don't know if I can do that. That seems very tough.
バビロニアン
Because
すごく
a lot of people get tripped up with the fact that Dead Apostles are in Fate at all. It's...
That recording was tough.
I'm gonna turn... Actually, I don't need to turn this down for you guys. It's not going that loud. You guys can tell me if you want the volume down or up. But it's not that having Dead Apostles at all makes you a combination world. It's how powerful your Dead Apostles can actually get. The Dead Apostles basically have a power cap in Fate Worlds. I think the remake elaborates more on why that is, like Tsukihime Remake. They talk about what's in the Tsukihime world that lets the Dead Apostles be as strong that isn't possible in Fate Worlds. But yeah. Strange Fake, I don't think it's a Dead Apostle ancestor that appears, but they do reference the Dead Apostle ancestors in Strange Fake, I believe. Zeus didn't kill.
20年間で本当になんか心の真ん中にあるものは変わってないなっていう
Dead Apostle ancestors are mentioned.
本当にセイバー
In Strange Fake, I assume, yeah.
ここからいろんな作品でどんどん RPG が増えていってもやっぱり私
Yes, so Strange Fake, they do still bring up the Dead Apostle ancestors. They're still present. Like, the people are present. And they're still about as strong as you can get Dead Apostle-wise. They're just not as strong as they are in Tsukihime Worlds. And they are... Like, in Tsukihime Worlds, it's significant... However strong they are in Fate Worlds, they're significantly stronger in Tsukihime Worlds, to my understanding.
やっぱり最初は上手に表現できなかったものもできるようになってる
But they do still... They a lot of them are still around in Fate timelines.
前の自分はちょっと今よりエクスペリ
Like, outside of...
思ったり
outside of the one from Adventures, they have another one of them appears in Case Files as well, and has similar abilities and vampiric traits still in Case Files, but isn't as strong as they are in the Tsukihime world, and you can kind of see in how the stories play out.
So for the 20 years that I've been voicing,
Yeah, the organization and the amount of power they have just don't exist.
When I look back, I love Saber. I've played her for 20 years, and I love Saber. There's so many
Yeah.
titles with Saber now that started off with the first.
I don't know what Juster's ranking is on Dead Apostles.
First time
Because I'm sure they have a... Like, because
title
Tsukihime, they have rankings on the Dead Apostles, and there's a specific ranking that's as high as they can get in Fate Worlds, and then it goes higher in Tsukihime Worlds. I don't know where Jester's at, because in a fusion world like that, he could be either at the highest ranking in Fate Worlds, and then it's like, oh, but they get stronger at the because it's a Tsukihime world as well, or it could be lower. I don't really know.
We looked at some of the recordings of the
Yeah, he's not part of the council.
and listening to my voice 20 years ago that I recorded for Saber, I was just like, man, Excalibur. When I said Excalibur, it was so weak when I said that. But for the past 20 years, I feel like I've grown together with
I do admit that like Dead Apostle ancestor lore is probably one of the what converts over to Fate and what doesn't is probably one of the worst handled pieces of lore in Type Moon. Because Nasu's kind of waffled back and forth on that and how much it goes. Isn't the anecdote that he revealed that Fate and Tsukihime worlds were distinct with their Dead Apostle lore, and their servant, like how servants were, whether servants could exist at all in the Dead Apostle lore, like at a pizza party or something like that. Like they were getting pizza with some of the writers, and he just dropped that on them.
and led me into this. That's what Fate.
Spaghetti lore. Oh yeah, it is spaghetti lore, but it's also pizza lore if I'm not wrong.
はい、今、あやさんがセイバーの核が変わらないっていうお話をしてたんですけれども、リンはってこんなにも核が変わる。
I mean, it just depends on what you're saying is weak, I think, tacos. Because, like, weak compared to what? Compared to servants? Yeah, I believe, to my understanding, that's why they're weak, is because the servants can exist. Any stronger, I think it's that the counterforce with a strong ass servant's gonna stop them before they get too strong. I believe that's what I could be wrong on that one. But compared to mages, they're still pretty powerful. Like when you stand them next to most mages. But like compared to like the strongest servant, compared to most servants, and compared to Tsukihime's Dead Apostles, absolutely they're weak. Yeah, that's exactly tacos.
So as Aya-san said, though, she said that her core, or at least her base for Sabers, never changed. But I feel for Rin, it's kind of the opposite. Things changed a lot, actually, in my opinion, for Rin. Starting from Stay Night, there were so many other spin-off titles that featured Rin.
He had a brush with a Dead Apostle. Interesting. Interesting.
And they're all the same Rin, or at least, we think they are. She looks the same, but she may have, she hopefully, she has a different thought, she has different thoughts, she's a type of mage, she has a different tone. So no matter how long, or no matter how many times I've played Rin, they're all different after all these years, for 20 years. It's always, every time it's new and refreshing to me. It's also very strange, or at least it kind of feels very uncanny to me that there's so many different aspects of Rin that I know, and there's so many new discoveries of her, which I think is just it's wonderful, and I think it's great, but at the same time, I think it's just very strange to me how there's so many Rins that, I can play, that I can continue to play.
そして私にとってセイバーは家族だなって思います。何年も前から竹内さんがお父さんで那須さんがお母さんで
Does it all stem from the Zelrach Crimson Moon fight? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I don't know what the exact breaking point there was. I haven't read that anecdote or interview or whatever work that was established in. I know about the Zelrach Crimson Moon fight. I don't know if that was if that was the dividing point, or if that's just a shared scuffle that has a different.
And if I were to kind of
If that's a shared scuffle,
that,
I really don't know. There's a lot Dead Apostle wise that probably could be the lore probably could be clarified a lot better.
we have the cast members that are going,
But I think that's just generally a result of
that are here in
how dominant Fate has been with the Type Moon releases. You don't get as many Tsukihime extra stories to clarify lore. You get Tsukihime, the Melty Blood releases, and then official like either usually shorter works and set in Tsukihime worlds, but like Mihoyo is technically in the Tsukihime worlds, to my understanding, like the version of Mihoyo that you're reading. But it doesn't really delve into the Dead Apostle lore at all. So at this time, like it's a very inconsequential distinction for that. The same way I think Garden of Sinners takes place in a Fate world, but again, it's a pretty damn inconsequential distinction.
I know I talked a lot, so I get it. You lost track.
20年演じてみてどうだった？どう変化したか？
Well, yeah, I know there's a difference. There's a difference
と
in how Zelrech, like what Zelrech is like in Fate and Tsukihime worlds, but I don't know if that's what causes the difference.
変わらないっていう立場だったので、やはり私の中では一番ターニングポイントだったのが、劇場版のエルズフィールで3社をかけてしっかりと彼女と向き合ったあの期間が一番大きかったなと思います。本当になんだろう、20
Honestly, like that's the big thing. I'm kind of hoping that once FGO is done and once we've gotten both parts of Red Garden out, or like once we get Red Garden out from like once Nasu gets that out,
時間をかけて
I kind of hope that Nasu really can go crazy with new original stories, either follow-ups to Tsukihime or follow-ups to like obviously I want my Mihoyo sequel, but it's been a hot minute since I think Nasu's done an original Type Moon story. Like the last one was Mihoyo, and like the Mihoyo release in 2012, which is technically a remake from an unpublished novel. Yeah. It's one of those things where we know what world that version of events takes place in, and there might be minor distinctions, but it doesn't really matter. That's at least my. I understand that. That's. World lines are just. I don't want to say dumb with Type Moon. They're weird. It gets funnier because the Mihoyo collab event in FGO is specifically the proper human hit. Like, it establishes that the events of Mihoyo took place in proper human history for FGO, but also, so we're collaborating with proper human history's Mihoyo events, but the actual story was Tsukuhime's events, which is its own separate world line. Tsukihime 2? That'd be fun. I know they didn't they hint at Tsukihime 2 a long time ago, and then like never did anything with it. It was treated more as a joke.
本当になくてはならない、かけがえのない大切なものです。私、フェイトを携わらせていただいた期間と同じくらいの声優歴というか、声優歴イコールフェイト歴と言っても過言ではない新人の頃。
So we know that here's a funny question. We know that in non-Fate Stay Night Fate worlds, Waver still meets Iskandar and has his arc through subseries Rail Wars. That's talked about a little in Apocrypha and Lost Ainyar.
まだまだ続く声優の中で
Does Waver still exist in Tsukihime worlds? And because Iskandar can't be summoned as a servant, would he just be would he just like randomly in his as a young adult suddenly reach a big fascination with Iskandar and Alexander the Great, or is he just not exist, or is he very different? I kind of want to. I that's the kind of like dumb shit I want to see established at some point. Like, what happens to some of these characters whose lore is so heavily tied to their existing worlds? We already know that like. Oftentimes the story will correct for it in ways that are lesser but still reach the same conclusion. Is that the same case in Tsukihime worlds with characters in Fate worlds? We know it's the case for Tsukihime world characters in Fate worlds because of characters like some of the Dead Apostle ancestors, but
as well too. To me, so Fate to me is like an irreplaceable title to me.
jokes become reality with a lot of eventually.
I want to cherish as well too. So
Information?
messages from certain special tools regarding the franchise. So first,
Two. Ooh, we're getting some Nissan
go
stuff.
over some information. We talk a lot about Fate Stay Night and the Fate franchise. So with this opportunity, we want more people to be able to enjoy the franchise and kind of understand why this visual novel.
Oh, they might be mentioning the sale that's ongoing with the Fate Stay Night at the end.
So first announcement. So Fate Stay Night Remaster.
Yep.
Localized version of it. It's available now on Nintendo Switch and Steam, and for a limited time will be 20% off.
Buy the VN, guys. If you haven't bought it already, support the release. Actually,
December 22nd to December 12th. And for Steam,
next time I get paid, I might buy the VN on Steam.
so use this opportunity. If you have not experienced the original, this is the best chance to do it. And obviously, hearing about voice actors' experience, what kind of behind the scene is like, you'll be able to kind of enjoy the game in a different way. And for people who have already played it, you can definitely revisit some of the scenes and hear what are and understand what some of the voice actors are talking about. And before I go to next, this is a teaser that we already show, but it's about Hollow Ataraxia. So,
Okay, so the two announcements are
have not seen the
Stay Night and Hollow Ataraxia. They showed it off during the pre-show, but if I had to guess when this is dropping, I'm actually going to go out on a limb and guess that this will drop in on New Year's. Like I think as part of the Fate project broadcast in JP, they'll announce that this is coming out or that it's out. That just feels like the right time to drop it. That's their next big stream.
Now, so please look forward to it. And of course, oh, somebody jumped the gun. Vagrant Order.
Woo!
So Vagrant Order will have
Free
a
quartz.
50th anniversary showcase celebration campaign. Next slide.
Yay!
We're gonna
10
give away
quartz.
10 quartz to everybody. Make sure you log in by December 4th to claim the
Psychic damage.
Next.
Okay.
Logging through there will be a group
Did they not already make that a CE?
finds to claim
Huh.
the reward. The login period is here, and
I thought that was a CE already.
also here. You just have to clear avoid contaminated CE through your key by a certain time, so make sure you participate. Next,
Okay.
we have a Fate 20th anniversary showcase celebration pickup summit. We'll be holding a special pickup summit to commemorate the Fate 20th anniversary.
For a secchi, the Iskandar rate-up's going on.
The event is here. Take a look. Remember it. There'll also be in-game information about it.
Anything I'm more interested in? Not really. Seki might be interested in that Iskandar rate-up, though. So we'll probably throw tickets on it in December.
Of course, before we go to the next slide, I just want to say 4 English letters.
Oh, shit. We're getting another exclusive GSSR.
So, Part 2 Star Dash Guarantee Summit, which will
Who's on here? Who's on here?
limited time 5-star servant added to the game from January 2019 through August 2020 for 12 pace and chords, which will be added for all masters. The date of addition will be November 25th at 0000. There is a
I guess what we're
meet where you can participate in this guarantee summon, so please check in-game news for the
Okay, you gotta clear part 2 prologue, but oh shit, we'll roll this on stream, guys. I'll stream for that. Yes, they're giving that to us early. Okay, thank God. I'm so happy they're giving us command spells early. This has been so nice in JP for fuck ups. Because sometimes you just fuck up while grinding or in a boss fight. Maybe it lets you be more creative in boss fights with your command spells and just I'm saving these as a blue stone that I may or may not use depending on how stubborn I'm feeling.
For an order next, we have this. So, Fate Stay Night Heaven's
Oh,
will be streaming
that's nice. I have them all on Blu-ray, but that's nice.
December 19th on Crunchyroll and Hulu. So, for the people that didn't have the opportunity, now this is the time to watch all 3 movies of Heaven's Feel.
Append early would be funny. I don't think we're doing append early.
Next, we have one simple, tiny announcement. So,
Oh, that's neat. That's pretty cool, actually.
no. So, Face Day Night Unlimited Play Works confirmed broadcast on
Like, it's not that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, but that's neat. I wonder what channels it's going to be on.
So hopefully, we can use this
Maybe
time
Adult
to
Swim.
be able to
Adult Swim feels like the
finally
channel they could really get it on
opportunity to
on cable TV.
whether play the game, further more progress in FGO, or finally, be able to kind of be part of this grand
Is Toonami still a thing?
part of this fandom. So speaking of fandom,
I don't keep up with all the channels, so.
we really want to get a special message from Nassan and Takeuchi-san.
Oh, never mind. It's not Nissan. It's two people, so we're getting Nasu and Takeuchi.
We have a couple questions that we asked Nassan and Takeuchi-san respectively.
Oh, it's Albert presenting him.
So first, let's take a look for the comments from Nassan. So first, were there any themes for each of the routes in Face Day 9, and are there highlights you would like the players to focus on each route? So answers from Nassan. Each route represented a protagonist mentality. Production was based on the following direction.
No, who the fuck are you? Get off screen.
The second route offers solutions to the problem, and the third route resolves the problem. As for the story itself, Saber's route is a classic boy meets girl story, and its theme is hope. Ring's route is a story that follows an ensemble cast.
Okay. That's an interesting little breakdown Nasu did.
It's a mystery story, and its theme is reality. As for the highlights in each route, Fate definitely is when Saber releases both her Noble Phantasms for Unlimited Play Works.
I guess it could be on Toonami if Toonami is still a thing.
Next, are there any behind-the-scenes stories about the production of the game you can tell us now, after 20 years have passed? Nassan's answer: it's not exactly a behind-the-scenes story, but there was a particular format that was a trend, or rather, something the players expected back in the day, and it would have been very difficult to proceed through the story as envisioned had I kept that format in mind. As a result of going a different direction, the context and the content that otherwise
Be
would have been
recreated.
lost
It's remarkable that it has been.
what was
Huh.
thought of as unnecessarily burdensome 20 years ago is now invaluable and can no longer.
That's gloriously vague. I wonder if anyone knows the history of VNs. This would be really nice if you knew what the, what he was talking about here.
And this is the last question we asked Nassan. Can you give us a message for the English fans of the Face series? From Nassan. Face started from a single idea where the world's hero battles each other. The story was received well by the players, and even the production team was surprised by the fast and widespread popularity. I feel it was a miracle equivalent to a Noble Phantasm.
Back on his pile of money and keep cranking out re-releases. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he could. Like, that's the thing. Like, we talk a lot about how slow some of the Type Moon releases can be, but at the end of the day, if he wanted to sit back, he's already released some really great works, and I don't think even Mihoyo, which is not the full story he originally wrote, it is a fine. It's fine enough standalone. Like, if he stopped writing after FGO Part 2 and disappeared off the face of the earth, only maybe putting out Red Garden, I don't think that much would be lost. It would be like a fitting, like, the man would have still earned his retirement.
So, Takeuchi-san's answer: Saber's design was based on a character I doodled during my free time when I was at my old job. The idea to make King Arthur a beautiful girl seemed outlandish, but I feel the realism of her weapons.
So, Artoria is Takeuchi's like, I know Takeuchi has, like, convinced Nasu to do female King Arthur, but was this just because Takeuchi had already come up with the idea for the design?
Someone who would be out of reach for an average person. Sakura is a heroine who is innocent but possesses both a dark side and a bewitched lord. I designed her to have.
When you check it out their untranslated works. That's nifty.
Next, are there any behind-the-scenes stories about the production of the game that you can tell us now that 20 years have passed? My memory might, and from Takeuchi-san's answer, my memory might be a bit fuzzy.
10 people.
It's been 20 years, but I do remember I gave up myself to the production of this title. We only had about 10 people at the time, and fortunately, most of those same staff members are still working together to this day. That's not the entire story for our group, but the one thing I can say is that we, throughout the process of producing Fate, have become addicted to the joy of working on the Nasu title. And last questions, we asked Takeuchi-san, can you give us a message to the English fans of the Fate series? From Takeuchi-san, the year 2024 marks the 20th anniversary of Fate Stay Night's release. I would like to thank everyone for their long and enduring support of this title, which has expanded into various forms and works. As a small game company with a staff of about 10, we were unable to localize this title in the past, but with the help of Aniplex, we were fortunate enough to release high-resolution versions in the English version of its 20th anniversary. As a single title managed to expand into different works and thrive for this long was all thanks to the desire from our fans. We will continue our efforts to live up to everyone's expectation and trust, and I thank you all for your continued support. Thank you, Takeuchi-san.
Oh, some good questions for them. Those were good little questions.
The end of the panel. So, before we go, and we actually have a lot more, and for those with blue wristband, you know what's coming up next. But before we wrap up the panel, I would like to have each of our guests to give a closing comment for our fans gathering today and watching at home.
The Mushroom Man avatar. と wonder if he fell hard for Gusto. I'm gonna shoot a text to my brother because I don't know if he's watching. He didn't send me a frantic text.
皆さん私たちに、フェイトのファミリーについてきてください。今日はありがとうございました。
Thank you all for coming today, and I was able to. I'm thrilled to have been able to share the same space with all of you, celebrating this anniversary, as well as to hear us, the three of us, talk about and reminisce of the last 20 years. There are so many, talking about it, there are so many memories that came up, and to learn that there's so many fans out there after 20 years is just remarkable. And as Kana-san mentioned, Fate is like family, and so you are all, the fans itself are also our family as well too. I'm not sure how many fans are there for Fate in the world altogether, but as the stepping stone, as we celebrate the 20th anniversary of what started it all, I think that we can continue to celebrate.
I need to look at. So my next planned stream, just while they're doing this, is going to be on the 27th. That's when I'll be streaming. Presumably, I think the poll said Samurai Remnant. So I'll do the GSSR before we start Samurai Remnant that day, I think. I'll have to have the capture card out anyway, so I'll just have the phone plugged in and then switch after I'm done rolling, I'll switch it over to my PS5. Let me see though, I can triple check the poll. Whoa, that's nifty. Okay. Yeah.
皆さんもこれから末永くフェイトシリーズを愛していただいて、ますます盛り上がるフェイ
It
ト
really is heartbreaking.
を一緒に楽しんでいっていただけると嬉しいです。今日はありがとうございました。
Thank you, everybody here on the site as well as people watching on the stream. Thank you for watching our panel today. We're talk.
Oh, look, yeah, I do see Saber in the audience.
For 20 years has continued to keep going. And it's not that rare for one story to say it was released 20 years ago, hey, let's celebrate it. But for something like Fate to have lasted for 20 years but continue to grow and evolve and still be celebrated is something very rare, and I think that's wonderful. It's, you know, the creativity continues to this day for Fate, and it is, to me, it's very exciting to me. Again, we are a family, and so I'm being with Norita.
Was there a Gilgamesh in the audience? I didn't see the Gilgamesh.
To celebrate this wonderful occasion is something that is just indescribable to me.
Yeah, they'll have to recast Medea if she shows up in future works at all.
Celebrate something like this further in the future as well too.
But also just
Hope everybody can
outside of a potential like Fate remake or a Hollow Ataraxia anime,
things going
I have a feeling they probably just, I don't know if they need to put Medea in any future works, and those two are not guaranteed to come.
with us, and thank you all for coming and
If they do a zoom out in the audience, I'll try to find him. Top left. Oh, I think I see him.
今日はご来場いただきました皆さん、そして配信をご覧の皆さん、本当にありがとうございました。こうやってね、2人と一緒に3人揃って
That is a small venue, though.
一緒に
No wonder tickets sold out so quickly.
20年を振り返る本当に特別で貴重な時間で、今日本当に楽しみにしてきたんですね。で、先ほど裏でスタッフさんに緊張するかどうかを聞かれた時に、緊張するところがすごく楽しみで、2人とこうやっている時間が心地よくて、とっても居心地がいい。
Yeah. Yeah, if they were to do a Hollow Ataraxia anime, they'd have to recast Medea. But that's getting into would they even do a Hollow Ataraxia anime, or if they did one, how pared down would it be?
フェイトファンの皆様のおかげだなってこうやってこの時間を共に過ごしながらすごく実感しました。これからも15年、20年と演じ続けられるように我々も頑張っていきます。そして今回リマスターの版がね発売されたことによってまだ原点であるフェイトをね触れたことない皆様にも楽しんでいただけるのすごく嬉しいですし、今回は英語のね文字も表記されるということで、より一層このフェイトの世界を楽しんでいただけるのかなと思って本当に嬉しく思っております。これからもこのフェイトという作品を愛し続けていただけたら嬉しいなと思いますので、これからもどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Thank you all for watching us, everybody here on site as well as on the stream. Actually, for the three of us to be here on stage as well as in Los Angeles of all places, and to be able to reflect 20 years.
Look, you can get on Seki's case if you want
something that
a Zav's GUI 100. Seki has taken a French class before. She should know the pronunciation.
the panel started, I was actually
I won't. You can't get on my case. I have the excuse of I didn't take a French class. Seki has.
actually excited. I look forward to it. That's how comfortable I am, or at least it's such a wonderful moment that I feel.
Of all the times you're watching in chat, Seki, the time where I call you out is when you jump in. God dang it.
I'm celebrating this great occasion. So one of the things, you know, I know that there's a lot of Fate fans out here as well as around the world, and I do feel the love that everybody has. I know that Fate is loved by a lot of us, by generations and around the world. So for the next 15 years, 50 plus, maybe the next 20 years, we should continue to love and continue to embrace Fate. So, and I look forward to its growth and potential as it keeps growing. As mentioned earlier, as Albert mentioned, that the master version that just released, which
They were talking earlier, Seki, about what classes Akhenaten would be good, and I think they were taught like the general some of what was being thrown around was a Berserker and Foreigner were two of the big ones. I think someone threw out Alter Ego and someone threw out Archer.
Not done it before in the past, and so it keeps expanding. And I know that I see this growth, and I'm very amazed by its growth. Again, so I hope everybody continues to love Faith, and I hope everybody continues to support Faith, as well as we will continue to work hard as voice actors as Faith continues. Thank you very much for everybody coming today.
Thank you.
Before we leave the stage, I actually have one more thing here. This is how am I gonna do this? ありがとう。いや。ありがとうございます。すみません。So, we have this. すみません。大丈夫です。So, to celebrate the 20th anniversary and as a special product from the showcase, we have made a limited amount of Primo Art print. So Primo Art is DMP Dai Nippon Printing's state-of-the-art printing technology. While this is a replica, the color is as close to the original illustration as possible. So having this means that you have a piece, almost having a piece of the original illustration of this of the key visual for Fate Stay Night Remaster. Each of this print will come with a frame and it is serial number. And for limited quantity, so we'll have the regular version, and then we have a limited quantity signed version. The signed version, the details will be released later. The pre-order will go on Monday, November 25th at 6 p.m. Pacific time. The signed version.
They really are, Quipper.
Signed by Takeuchi-san. And the quantity will be limited. We also have a standard edition as well. Both will be serial numbered. So please look forward to information. And if you want a piece of this art, make sure you pre-order on Monday night or so.
I might go try to get it on Monday. We'll see. I'll take a look at the price.
Again, I would like to thank our wonderful guests.
Depends on the price. I could be convinced.
And Shita-san for coming and joining us here today. For those who have the blue wristband, make sure you line up over there to my left, to your right. There will be a person in the back over there that tell you where to line up for the autograph. Think about what you have to say. You know, we have to go through the autograph really quickly. We'll provide the sign. You cannot get your own stuff signed. Okay? And you cannot take a picture, so there's that. For everybody here and watching at home, we'll take a little break. We'll come back soon for the next panel, and during that time, we'll also show episode 0 of Fate Stay Night Unlimited Playworks here. And at home, we'll take a little break, and we'll come back around 2 something for our next panel. Thank you very much.
Oh wow, okay. So we're pushing back the CCC stream even more.
Bye-bye.
If they're not even coming back on the panel till 2. Oh, okay. Let me take a look at what it's currently scheduled for. We are playing CCC and finishing CCC tonight. There just might be we might be starting later than I thought we were. That's fine. This day is pretty well blocked out for me. So we're not even going to be back on this, and like they're not even going to be back on stream here till 2. So if they're doing the Strange Fake animation, it sounds like they actually might be doing on stream. There's almost no way they're done by 2:30. I'd be lucky if they're done by 3. So I'm gonna set we're gonna try starting CCC at 3:30 now. You're right, Tacos. You told me. Just didn't know. As for what I'm going to do on stream right now, we have about half an hour of dead time here. So let's think. half an hour of dead time. I'm not quite taking a break. Let's see. Don't really want to start us in CCC early because I want to keep that to the CCC stream, and B, feels a bit wrong to do that. Makista Said. Oh shit. Y'all didn't see anything. There's your knick-knack leak for the day. Okay, I'm cutting desktop audio because I don't know what they're going to play during the off time. Melt, that's not a terrible idea. We'll see. Let's see how if I can get that downloaded. Melty M. I'll do type Lumina. I have both Type Lumina and Current Code. I'm gonna install Type Lumina because that's the one I know how to play better than Current Code. But I do enjoy Current Code when I pop into it. If that once that downloads, we'll play. Are those not in the drive yet, Seki? They should be in the drive. I just forgot to remove them from my desktop. If they're not in the drive, that's my mistake. You would have to confirm that for me right now. I can't open the drive on stream. I forgot we really did record that one at my place. Move my games over here. I can move you into channel menus as well. Is Melty installed yet? Almost done. Just a little bit more. Cool. Ooh, this did stuff. This did stuff. Where's my Melty Blood? Oh, this is doing funky ass stuff. Okay. I'll figure that out in a second. First thing I'm going to do is not kill desktop audio. But I'm also going to go into my YouTube here and mute that. If I miss that it's 2, catch me. Let's see if it... There we go. Now it's glitching out my OBS a lot better. Or a lot, not glitching out my OBS.
Type Moon. Delight Works. France Pan.
Here's what we'll do. It's a Fate stream. We're gonna play at the Fate characters. I'll run through the Ushi story. Ushi's my favorite character, so I'll get my ass handed to me. Oh yeah, I can let you in Discord. Here, give me a second. Open. Pretty sure we've seen all of the Type Lumina servants at this point too, so there's no issue with this. Huh. I'm just gonna close Type Lumina here actually for a minute while I get this set up. Hey Seki. Can you hear me? I think I'm picking up. I don't have you coming through correctly.
I'm here.
There we go. I had my audio input incorrect.
Here.
No, I knew you were there. I saw you were in, and I saw the that my audio was coming through. I just knew I wasn't hearing you. Okay, Seki, everyone. Okay, let me see if I can get the game booted up again without.
Right. So Patroclus is the right answer for wanting more Odyssey servants and Iliad servants. I also think that we deserve to have Neo. I would like an Agamemnon and Menelaus. And Helen and Clytemnestra.
Y'all, let me know if the game audio is too loud or if Seki's coming in too quiet. Yeah, your voice quality is pretty rough right now, but that's... Yeah, if you're calling it on phone, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I'm probably going to leave when you get to the Samurai Remnant stuff or CCC.
Well, that's going to be... We're not starting CCC for at least another hour, like 2 hours, if not longer.
Oh, then I should... You know what? I can log in on my laptop and I'll sound better. Hold on.
Yeah, we still have the rest of the anniversary stream that's starting back up in about 20 minutes.
Yeah. Alright, give me like 2 seconds. I'll be back.
Kill the stupid cat. I do not understand. Seki's coming back, folks. Seki's gonna hop in on her laptop in a minute. Wow, you sound far away right now. Not really.
I've got one other thing that can help. Although you might not have I almost brought my microphone where I currently have.
I can at least barely hear you over the game on my end. If you give me a minute, I'll see if I can turn you up on Discord.
Better. Yeah. Hello?
Give me a second. I'm gonna see if I could turn you...
Yeah, you might need to, like, physically turn me up.
Yeah, I just turned the volume up for you on Discord.
Oh, any better?
A bit, yeah. You're still coming in a little rough quality, but I imagine you don't have a mic on you, I imagine.
No, I am, in fact, using earbud microphones.
Woof. Yeah, that explains it.
Well, because the only other option is, and tell me if you know what? Let me try one more thing. Tell me if my quality is better. You might have to jack up the sound again.
Your quality isn't that much better, and I have you turned up to the max setting. Actually, your quality's worse now. I'm having a harder time hearing you.
Okay. Keep it like this.
Yeah, let me see if I can turn my game volume down. I'll set it to 25, see if that helps.
This is the best y'all are gonna get. I'm so sorry, but like, you know. I have no better option today. I genuinely considered it. I was packing. I'm currently out of the house. I was packing and I was like, should I bring my microphone? And then I was like, no, I'm going home tomorrow briefly for a few hours and I need to record an update to a Reacts video that's going to be coming out like in the next month or so. And so I elected not to bring it because I didn't want to set it back up when I got back, you know?
By the way, for you attentive people, the updates is not because of something that was released in FGO. It's something that Seki wants to clarify in post about her own section.
Yeah, just so you guys know. It's not updates to a servant that recently had an update. It is genuinely that I did not have access to some academic papers that I wanted to, and then I got access to those academic papers. I have burned popcorn.
You have burnt. Oh, did you make popcorn in it?
Yeah, this is gonna sound weird, but I actually kind of like the burnt popcorn. Like, not when it's black, but like, I'm gonna be honest, it's kind of satisfying.
Ooh, I'm getting my ass kicked.
Huh?
So technically I'm playing a fighting game right now while I'm waiting for the stream to start back up.
Ah, yes, I see you beating the shit out of things with Ushi, one of our... You know what? In retrospect, Ushi is, I think, one of my favorite videos that we've ever filmed, like the reacts for it.
Is it because we actually went in, like, you actually went in and read the story?
Well, because I do that for other ones, but I think Ushi... When we were filming Ushi, I was at like a very particular point where I was also doing like a school project on what it was like to like work with the channel. It was like an anthropology project that had to do with like all the things I had to do in my life, and then also like finding them. And it was one of the things where it was like the actual like euphoria of finding this extremely rare copy of this book that I needed because it was like the only genuine source. And then Ushi just had such a, like, it was just such an interesting historical, like, events to talk about. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. Like, and this isn't something that you knew going in, so, like, you got the experience of that. Like, the research must have been really satisfying.
Yeah, I think the only other servant that comes close in terms of, like, joy I've had making a video is maybe Tamamo. I think I relish, for all that I really love the servants that come from historical places and periods that I know really well, there's something so wonderful about the ones that are stuff that I don't know super well.
I can see that. I can see that.
Also, Taira no Kagekiyo is bae.
Look, I just like the Ushi video because Ushi is one of my favorite servants.
Well, yeah, that too. I mean, I could do with a slightly different design, but you know.
Well, I am using the sensor design. They have the sensor design that's that I'm using right now.
Yeah, I do prefer the censored design.
They also have her her idol outfit.
But yeah, no, that's fair. No, but like, on the topic of like people who should be servants, Knick-Knack is well aware, but I've got like entire lists of people that I think I would make amazing fate servants. And like, genuinely, I'm just waiting for fate to make them servants.
Oh yeah, you weren't around when this happened, but there's an Iskandar banner that got announced today.
Oh, When?
It should be in early December.
Oh, okay. That was unexpected.
It's entirely for the, it's an exclusive one to NA.
Ah, that's why.
They actually announced a couple NA exclusive things today. But that's the one I thought would interest you the most. The other thing that interests more people more is they announced a paid quartz guaranteed summon. That's not in JP.
People were talking about in my last.
No, so the one people were talking about in the last one isn't till New Year's, and we're still going to get that one. This is one that JP didn't get.
Oh, okay. So
I can show you the pool later if you want. I can show you the pool later if you want, but it's a little bit less less filtered than the ones we get for New Year's and anniversary, so it might be a little too much for you.
Yeah, that's fair. Fucking oh god.
Yeah, Aniplex was the Aniplex stream was very scuffy. It was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I remember. You messaged me every single time it went down.
Oh no, that wasn't their stream that went down. That was mine. My power kept going out.
See, I thought they meant scuffy as in your stream of it.
No, their stream was pretty damn scuffy too. Theirs at least functioned though. Fucking Mario.
I mean, I'd like to see more servants from a lot of places, but I'm gonna be honest, I think I'd like to see some more servants from places that are a little bit more neglected. So, I mean, I'd like to see a proper South American servant, and like maybe a couple more Central American servants. Of course, I'd love to see some more, like, Slavic servants. It's not like there aren't characters you could choose from. And definitely some more, like, African servants. That's a nun lady.
No, this is a character you don't know yet. You probably won't have any good excuse to know them ever until we read Tsukuhime, if we read Tsukuhime.
Valid. Zapkui 100. I understand another Canadian servant would be nice, but who? What? Like, because are you counting like Paul Bunyan as the current Canadian servant? Is there a different servant who would count for like Canadian?
I mean, there's the Justin Bieber servant. I'm kidding.
Like who would you put there? Because I'm curious. Like, obviously, I don't know much about Canadian history, if at all, really, unless it like pertains to global events. So like, I just don't know who you would add. Right, Quipper, yeah. Like, we want an Inking King. We want him to have Kipu. It's gonna be great.
Fuck!
Quipper, I don't think doing the Wendigo would be a good idea. There's actually recently been a fair amount of bounce back about that in circles in the US because there are a lot of pop culture examples of Wendigos that have basically taken and twisted the original mythology that does belong to native peoples. And there's been a fair bit of, like, blowback about that recently, and I don't think it's necessarily fair to make a servant that's entirely based on, like, a legend like that has, like, such connotations in pop culture, but then in actual folklore, because the reason why there's so much blowback over it is the changes that people made to the myth to make it more pop culture, as opposed to, like, the original native folklore. I think you'd have a similar, potentially a similar blowback to what I've heard happened with the Australian servants. If that makes sense. I don't know, Knick-Knack, if that makes sense.
That makes sense to me.
In terms of what you've told me about the Australian servant. But, like, Native American folklore and characters being twisted is a pretty big deal here in North America, especially in the US, and it can become a pretty large issue. And it's fair that it is an issue. I mean, this is their like their culture and their beliefs and their folklore, and you know, co-opting it for something pop culture related that might put like a negatively connotated spin on it does not benefit them in any way. It negatively impacts them. And since it's already happened quite often, I can see that they would be very, very angry if it just continued happening. Yeah. Agate Dragoon. I don't know who that is. I'm gonna look them up real quick. I don't know if that's too recent, because I don't know who that is. Oh, that's very recent. Okay. I mean, ooh, that's died in the 2000s, man. I don't know if that. That might be a little too recent for Fate, right, Nick Nack?
For who?
The person that they mentioned, it's a Finnish name, so I definitely can't pronounce it properly.
I don't really know who that is, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a swiper? A sniper, sorry. Sniper from, the Finnish military during World War II. He died in 2002.
I think they've done people around that recent before. Yeah, I mean, on the Japanese side at least, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. I'm actually wrong. I don't think there is someone that recent. Not off the top of my head.
I would only say that Fate would probably shoo away from anything that recent simply because his death date is in the 2000s.
Oh. Yeah, like I can see
said,
that.
2002. Like, we were born then. So I don't know. I mean, you know, if we were gonna go on that tangent, there's this Russian sniper lady. Love to see her brought into Fate. But yeah. I think I'd actually like a little bit more servants from like not the medieval period, but there's quite a few interesting historical figures from like post the fall of the original Roman Empire, so like 500 AD to like 1500, right?
That is true, Tacos. There we go. Neil Armstrong.
Oh my god. Yeah, but like, I don't know, as an American, Neil Armstrong feels more like a concept than a person. Like, you know what I mean?
Story.
What?
Oh, I'm technically playing a story mode, and I thought I'd clear it quickly, but I'm getting my ass handed to me too much.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but Neil Armstrong always feels like a concept to me. You know, like an event. I know he's a person, but like, oh no. Fair. I mean, I could see them doing more recent servants, but I think there's so much opportunity for servants from that like 500 to 1500 time period all over the world too, not just in Europe, like anywhere in the world, because that was during that period culture boomed in a lot of different places all over the globe, and it wasn't yet kind of like the Enlightenment and the end of the Middle Ages where like all of the kind of modern and recent inventions come into context, and it's not like classical times, say like Roman Empire and such, and before that. So it's a really interesting time where it's like post-classical, but pre-modern. And it was very different in different places because depending on when civilizations evolved and their timelines, because you have like the Maya and the Aztecs and stuff, right? They're existing in that kind of like 500 AD to like 1500, a little bit earlier for the Maya, of course, but like, the Aztecs, I mean, they were around in 1500, and then like in Japan, you've got a ton of culture going on during that time period. Same in China, India, in the Middle East, you've got the Islamic Golden Ages during that period, the development and kind of the building power of the Russian Empire, the Khaganates. There's just all of like Middle Ages Europe in general. And then even in Africa, I mean, that's when you get like some really interesting stories like Mansa Musa and stuff. So I just think that more servants from that period would be very interesting. Oh, I would love a Jesse James. That would be so real. Yeah, Edward Longshanks. I mean, I think there's tons of historical figures that Fate still has to do, and I'm glad, because that means that they've got like more servants to create for years and years if they want to. Yeah, the Quiche Mayan heroes. Yeah, that would be great. We deserve more Aztecs as well. Because it's nice that we have like Tez and Cats and Tenochtitlan and stuff, but there are more, Oh, I would love I'd love the Hero Twins. The Hero Twins would be amazing.
So Seki, just so you're aware, there might be I might actually have to kick you off stream at some point, or at least you'll be muted on the stream side. I don't know if they're for sure doing it, but if they show the Strange Fake episode 2, I'm gonna have to turn off desktop audio. So. Oh
yeah, no. If I will probably dip when you get back to like commentary on the active stream.
Well, commentary on the active stream's a bit. It's going to depend on what they do next, because I didn't have that much commentary to put into the last one because it was mostly interviews with the cast, and a lot of it's stuff that they've talked about before.
That's fair. We are still waiting for a Chinggis Khan servant. You know what I'd be even more interested in? A Kublai Khan servant. Servants for all 4 of his sons. Chagadai, Ogadai. Let's see. Jochi, Chagadai, Ogadai, Kublai. I'd love to see a bunch of Khans added into, like,
The one-eyed dragon of Oshu Date Masamune.
Yeah. And then, like, oh yeah, Marco Polo, of course. And then, like, obviously, as I've been, like, mentioning and pushing for like, I want to say it's almost like a year or two, because a while back there was a servant people thought was going to be revealed to be Olga of Kiev, but fucking Olga of Kiev.
Have they added that link to the live stream yet? No, they have not. Anime Catalog Showcase. Catalog Showcase. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is going to be a fun one. If these are all like clips from the anime, we are definitely going to have to mute desktop audio if they're showing those. I don't know if you've watched the actual stream itself, but have you seen my obscuring spell?
No, absolutely not.
It's up right now.
I'm gonna be honest, I genuinely only tuned in because I clicked into YouTube and saw you live still, because I was about to message you and be like, hey, you live again?
So like, if you look at YouTube now, it is the obscuring spell is up.
Okay. Is it just, it's like halfway... Oh, did you put like a tamamo over the front of it?
Yes.
Ah. That's pretty funny.
Expect more competency from the big company. Yeah, no.
Never.
Link in the description. What link? It's funny, like they came on stage and that sound quality was quite garbage.
I mean, probably still better than my Friday stream, right, Tacos? Ooh, Wukong would be good. But like, technically, don't we already have like the Monkey King-esque stuff going on? Didn't you already show me Monkey King when we did Xuanzang Sanzang?
So it was a pseudo kind of deal.
Oh, okay.
And it wasn't like fully the Monkey King. The Monkey King is just a component in that.
Okay. Oh, you wonder how was Gladiator? I'm so mad because there's a Gladiator popcorn bucket that I really wish I could have because it's like a 2-foot across model of the Colosseum. It's been sold out since the day it launched. And it's reselling for like thousands of dollars, and it was originally like $30. Fucking scalpers, you know? It is not Quipper. It is not Freudian looking.
I'm gonna order a pizza.
But it's one of those things because the same thing happened with the cool popcorn buckets for the D&D movie, and then there's a Lord of the Rings movie coming up, releasing in early December, and it's also got a really cool looking popcorn bucket. But I'm like, okay, if I do not go literally on opening day to like one of the earliest showings, I'm sure it'll be sold out, and then online it'll be sold out within 3 minutes of going live. And I want a goddamn battle hammer that I can fill with popcorn. But Tacos, it has... Is it Pedro Pascal? It has Pedro Pascal. That's all it needs. Have you seen the popcorn buckets for War of the Rohirrim, Knick-Knack?
I have not. I did see a trailer for War of the Rohirrim. It looks pretty good.
Look up the popcorn bucket.
Give me a second. Let me order my pizza first.
Oh, I want pizza. Fuck.
I don't know where you're at right now, so otherwise I'd say just come by. But I assume you're at a dog sit if you're only at your laptop.
Yeah, I'm at a dog shit. The horses.
Ah, yeah, you're not even close then.
No. But I am close to a pizza place that I like, so I could just order my own pizza for dinner. As long as I leave enough money to get gas. It might be Tacos. He's gotten a lot more popular, like over the last, 5 or 6 years, and so I know he's been doing a lot of projects. Closer her. Oh, yeah, no, fuck Roundtable. I only went to Roundtable for one reason ever, and that was because there was one on my college campus and they had good student deals. I also have a blood feud against Domino's. Which Knick-Knack is well aware of.
Yes.
Since they're fucking whores. Excuse my French.
Excuse-moi. Okay, take a photo of that. And I'm gonna hope that what happens one time when I ordered pizza, that instead of using an internal staff member to deliver it, they used a DoorDasher, and the DoorDasher stole my pizza.
Boy. Oh yeah, Ifo would be a good servant to have.
Ruggiero.
Tacos, no, I can't. No, because Round Table's so expensive. It is ridiculously expensive, and the only reason I could afford it in college regularly was because my campus had really good student deals. I'd love to see more Argonauts. I do not like Papa John's. Actually, in fact, the only syndicated pizza, like the only like chain pizza place that I order from regularly is Papa Murphy's, and then there's a DoorDash exclusive one of those ghost kitchens called Calzone Life that's really good.
Well, it's
right,
literally.
Nick?
I actually order Pizza Guys, and that's just Calzone Life by a different name.
Oh yeah, I've had Pizza Guys a few times. They're okay, but they fucked up my order once. I got a cheese bread from them, and for some frickin' reason, they were like, "Oh, you want a very large cheese bread? Do you want ranch dipping sauce?" And I said I didn't want ranch dipping sauce, and so they made the entire base of the pizza with ranch sauce, and I don't like, or at the time I didn't really like ranch, so, and the entire pizza was like soaked in it.
Yeah, I like Pizza Guys. That's just because that's the order out place my family used. Basically, your family used Papa Murphy's. That's why you like that one so much.
Yeah, and also I eat my pizza in weird ways, and so the bake at home is useful for me.
Yeah.
Nick Nack is aware that I eat my pizza in weird ways. So are Hathor and Bastet and everyone who has ever seen me eat pizza. And it doesn't necessarily have to do with how I eat it, although that is a little odd sometimes when I can let myself be odd. It's how I organize my pizza.
Look, it's useful for me. I get free pepperoni out of that. I don't have to order extra pepperoni.
That is true. I've got little brain ticks that are just like, your pizza has to be exactly a certain way.
There's another really good pizza place. It's not a chain, so I'm not going to name it. But it's near us. That used by the high school we went to. That was really good. I had it a few weeks back. Yeah. It was still really good. We don't go often anymore.
The worst 6 months of my life when they were closed because that car crashed into their front.
And that's like when you were there in that area a lot too.
Yeah, it sucked.
I need to one of these days when I'm not feeling lazy. I need to one of these days go and just get a pizza for myself there, or bring you guys over there.
Valid. You know what I haven't had in a while that I kind of want to get? A specific type of nachos. Knick-knack, you know what I mean.
Oh, those. I had those yesterday with my brother, actually.
I don't think I've had them since I came back from Greece.
Look, you just say the word. I could have had them the day before, and I'm always down. Genuinely my favorite food in town.
Yeah. That's valid. I think the thing is when I hang out with Knick-knack, I usually get pizza or ramen. But when I hang out with my other friends, we often get poke. Because Knick-knack is not a fan of poke.
No.
But
no,
poke
tragic,
is one of my favorite foods on the entire face of planet Earth. I got poke 3 times in the last month because I happened to be down in the area of my favorite poke place. Oh, you know what? There's a really good one-off poke place near one of my other regular jobs that I've ordered from a few times. Or pizza place, not poke. Pizza.
I always feel bad that that's one of the few things that I just don't like is raw fish.
Nah, you're good. I got other friends who don't like other types of food specifically, so it's not like I'm like...
And it's not like I'm... I think the problem is if I were to do raw fish, I need alternatives available. Because I'm willing to try a lot of stuff. Like, I went to Rotating Sushi, and that's raw fish. Not that long back. And...
to be fair, the poke place I like has now added Korean corn dogs, takoyaki, musubi and what's the tempura to the menu, and they have ramen now.
Fair enough. I mean, I probably would like it again if I tried it at some point. I just haven't really given it a shot lately.
That's valid, chat. I would be so mad. You know what? I would be so... There are a few specific places where we live that I have been eating at since I was, like, a child or for, like, a decade. And if they ever disappeared, I would riot.
By the way, did I tell you I probably have a shrimp allergy?
You too?
I mean, I figured it might happen eventually because my dad has a really bad one. I might have a minor one, though, because I had shrimp the other day and I started having
you
problems.
And fucking Vorn. Nothing but pain in my future.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I am a seafood person. I would live in the sea if I could, and I would eat seafood for every meal if I could.
I've gotten that impression.
Whether that be fish or actual seafood, I do not care. Shrimp is delicious.
Actually, I'm pretty sure. So, well, no. That was a while before that. I'm pretty sure. It was a way while before that, actually. But there was a stream I had to. Pretty sure I had to postpone it or cancel. It wasn't the October stream. It would have been late September, early October. And I'm pretty sure I had to. I might have done something. I don't know. It might have just been for the day I wasn't feeling very good.
I essentially trained myself out of lactose intolerance, which is nice for me. And then I'm mildly intolerant to a lot of things, but I actually really like all of the things that I'm intolerant or have like mild allergies to, so I'd rather just eat them and deal with it, you know? Like, cucumbers make my mouth and throat feel fuzzy and dry and like a little bit puffy, but I don't care because I like cucumbers.
I'm absolutely lactose intolerant, but I treat lactose intolerance as a suggestion, not a rule.
There's some fruits that I'm like intolerant to, and for the large part I leave most of those fruits alone, but like I'll fuck up some mango. I don't care how it makes me feel. You know, etc.
Yeah, they're really taking their sweet ass time getting back to this. Then again, they only said they'd be coming back at 2 something, so.
That is true. You know, I switched calling and messaging apps, and all of a sudden spam isn't really getting through anymore. I get notified that there's spam, but it doesn't actually make it to me. And I say this because Vorn is currently ranting in our messenger chat about spam.
I've been getting a lot of spam calls. I get a few spam texts, but I get a lot of spam calls.
Mine's actually dropped off since I switched services.
Well, mine are coming directly. I don't know. I'm getting mine directly to my phone number, so.
Alright, I think I am ordering pizza today. Now that you've put it in my head. I need something to eat for tonight anyways. I can't just have burnt popcorn for dinner.
Originally, my plan was to, in the break time between the 2 streams, I was going to take at least 30 to 40 minutes, if not a full hour break between streaming the event and streaming CCC. I was going to run and go get those nachos, but then I had them yesterday anyway, so I was like, I'll do pizza today.
Fair.
Because I'm not cooking with the streams.
Dragoon. Technically, we've already done some of the FGO mangas, right? We've done the first 3 volumes, right, Nick Nack?
Yeah, we did the first 3 volumes of Mortis Stella. Mortis Stella's on kind of a hiatus, and I was kind of waiting to start Taurus Realta until Mortis Stella finished up the Septim arc and we could read that. That's proving to be longer, and I'm not sure if it's actually going to be localized. I've been looking back at Taurus Realta to decide whether we should continue, but that's on a bit of a hold because we have other stuff we want to do before then.
Well, yeah,
phase-wise.
and we've been, somewhat steadily working our way through pretty much all of the available Fate novels.
The ones with fan translations? Yeah.
Yeah, anything that's been translated, we're steadily working our way through.
I'd like to get back to Strange Fake at sometime soon, but Elmaloy also might be finishing up, like, the translation might be finishing up the next arc soon, so we might be doing that one soon, too.
Ooh, I do love me a good Elmaloy, especially this last one with all of its references.
So we might, like, I'm hoping it finishes up by the time you get back from your trip, but it could take a little bit longer than that. I think it's only on it's not
Fair.
that far in.
And then, we've got other stuff we're reading on the backlog. I know y'all don't care as much about any of the other stuff we're reading, but Knickknack's got a fairly large pile of books.
And I just haven't had as much time to read them lately.
I know. I'm not pushing you. We're well enough ahead.
And besides the books, I've got, like, personal projects I need to get back to as well. Like, I need to finish reading Stay Night. I need to edit that extra last encore video. And I definitely need to finish up reading because I need to get them to. I need to read the next arc of Pokemon.
Yeah. I will be leaving you at some point soon because I think my headphones are trying to die.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I'll hang on until they do.
You're just gonna stop talking at some point?
I think what'll likely happen is Discord will switch me back to my computer microphone.
And the quality will just drop. I'm like, okay, time to go. The part where I smack my TV with the Emiya swords.
Tacos, we are considering it. We probably would not read mainline MHA, but there's a decent chance we try reading Vigilantes.
MHA is entirely in her corner. I'm not as big of an MHA fan as I used to be, so. That's
I don't currently have any copies of the Vigilantes manga. I've been reading it on other sites, but
it should all be available on the app, so we don't really need the physical copies when you want to do it.
Yeah, but it's one of those series that I do want to start it, but I want to wait until, we've finished all the stuff that's currently in our backlog reading pile.
The Epic Remnant mangas are all still ongoing, actually. Every last one of them. Shimosa was on hiatus for a long while the writer was doing stuff for Samurai Remnant, I'm pretty sure. But they're all still ongoing. And we'll get to them when we get there. Honestly, what's funny is, off-the-shelf wise, we might as well do one on FGO once you eventually finish up part 1 anyways, so.
Yeah, that's valid. But, like, tacos. Let's be real here. That is true. If I was truly in charge of deciding how much we read for each off the shelf, we would be doing entire manga series in a single video.
Look, we could do an MHA off the shelf tomorrow. Seki just has to say she wants to do it.
And you're gonna read the entirety of MHA?
No. one or two volumes, maybe 1 to 3 volumes, maybe an arc.
I know, that's the joke that Tacos is making, though.
But that's not what's holding us back. Seki has given me plenty of books. MHA would just be more books on the pile. But she has not given me MHA to read, so.
Yeah, no, so you guys saw Doombreaker go up, and I mentioned that there were going to be more of those power leveling, but outside of power leveling, I'd also acquired a fair amount of Marvel and DC stuff that had been adapted into manga and webtoon. And I think the plan for this year was we actually wanted to try reading a couple different power leveling fantasy things, so we could do something similar to the Transmigration video at the end of the year and kind of look back at 6 or 7 series, the trope or genre as a whole. And then I wanted to do something similar with superhero themed stuff, and I wanted to start with a bunch of Marvel and DC stuff that had been adapted into either webtoon or manga, and then Boku no Hero would actually fit quite well in there if we did some of it.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, if we wanted to do superhero stuff, even I can contribute that. 'Cause remember, I have that. I found that Shy series.
Exactly.
Like we could actually do a fair amount of superhero, just comparing different takes on that idea.
Yeah, because I think I've got 6 different superhero mangas. Because I'm thinking of the ones on my shelf. I've got Spider-Man Red, Batman Absolute Justice or whatever. I've got the Superman Eats one. I've got Samurai Deadpool, the Bat-Fam webtoon, and the Red Hood webtoon as well.
Here, you want my camera, buddy? Come up to camera. Come up to camera. Let them see your beautiful face.
No, Tacos, One Punch Man will not be included.
Ooh, you know what? I probably need to run you outside for a bit. Seki, do you mind entertaining chat for a minute?
I can try. What's up?
Just need to take him outside.
Okay. Valid. Alright, chat, you're stuck with me. While the knickknacks away, the cats get to play. But yeah, no, One Punch Man would not go on the roster because I don't like it very much and I don't think it would fit. Not truly. I love Absolute Batman, Absolute Wonder Woman, and Absolute Superman so far from what I know. They're amazing, and I cannot wait to learn more about them. I'm gonna be honest, Tacos, I actually think I would really enjoy just a more, like, I'd enjoy a little bit more detail in the, like, immediate aftermath, and then I want to see a little bit more about, like, the epilogue kind of, like, time later, you know? Just because I think that that would be interesting. I don't think they need to necessarily add anything new that's going to spark anything. I'm happy with the series as it is, but I always like a little extra, you know, information. I always appreciate that. Yeah, Mirai, I've been having shit luck on my rolls recently in FGO. Like, real bad luck. Which is fine, but, you know. I don't think I'll be able to roll on the Iskandar banner that's coming up in December. I think I'll have to wait for the one that I planned at the end of the upcoming year, because I just won't have quartz for it, because I spent a bunch of quartz trying to get Aussie, and then I did roll once on the recent other banner that I wanted to roll on, so I don't think I'll be able to roll on that Iskandar banner, which is unfortunate, but it's fine, because I was planning to roll for him later this year anyways, after saving up way more quartz. I heard about Dan Da Dan, but I haven't watched it myself. Absurdity isn't really a metric of something we exclude from the channel. To be honest, anything we submit is open to everything except for if it's hentai, because we don't watch hentai because we're not a porn channel. And then it does need to be anime, but anime has a pretty loose definition for us, because like I've already included some Chinese animated TV shows, and I'm pretty sure Atla is in the hat, as well as I don't know who put it in, and then I also put in an Italian animated series. So like, that's, you know, the absurdity is not necessarily prohibitive, because we've watched absurdly weird stuff before, and like Gintama's in the hat, I'm pretty sure. Castle Dracula can get fucked, Quipper. I have... Jesus Christ. That was so bad. It was so bad. Kotoyoka might already be in there. I don't know, I mean, you guys do access to the hat. I haven't looked in it recently. I really only go in it to update it these days since it's now like functional and working. But you guys do have access to it. For some reason, I thought Code Lyoko was in it. I thought Realm had submitted it, but I could be wrong.
I'm back.
Yellow.
Let's see what's going on in chat here.
Well, lewd moments doesn't necessarily preclude a series. I mean, we did watch interspecies reviewers technically, and Magical Girl Ore. So but there's a difference between lewd moments and like ecchi and then like outright hentai. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, we're not
Dandadan.
watching like.
As far as lewd moments go, they're talking Dandadan. It's not it's nowhere near as lewd as some other things we've done on the channel.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm definitely gonna be putting Fairy Tail 100 Years Quest in the hat when we finish with regular Fairy Tail, and I'm watching that, and that has so much fan service. I'm pretty sure that Shimoneta and High School DxD are already in there, and Rosario Vampire might be as well.
I don't know.
Too late.
Rosario Vampire might not be, so you might be doing the Lord's work, Tacos.
Rosario Vampire is in fact already there. You put it in, Nick Knack.
That's right. I knew if anyone was to put it in, it would probably be me.
I know High School DxD is in there, for sure. Shimoneta, I'm not sure. What's the English name of Shimoneta? Oh, no, Shimoneta's in there. Oh, I've seen Shimoneta. I didn't enjoy it, but Bakage put it in there last time he was on. And then I know High School DxD is in there, and I'm pretty sure either Realm or Vorn put it in, right? High School DxD, Realm. Yep, I was correct. It was in fact Realm.
Some things you could be like, yeah, that was Realm.
Yeah, we will not I will not be putting Redo of a Healer in. I will argue against it if it ever goes into the hat.
I have no intentions of submitting it. I never really have.
Yeah, but my argument against it isn't just that because there's like lewd moments. There's other things about Redo of a Healer that I don't really want to review on a podcast. So, you know.
At the end of the day, it's a shock value anime. I don't really... There's nothing really to discuss, I don't think. Nothing worth discussing.
Yeah. Just nothing I'm super interested in.
Oh, I love Dandadan. We probably will watch Dandadan at some point. I just... Right now, for the channel, we can't... Like, the four of us can't actively submit anime. So anything's coming from viewer suggestion right now.
Yeah. Not as of the start of the new season. Since we're trying to clear some of the current hat, we can't actually put anything new into it. Nick Knack could just submit Don or whatever, but
well, for one, it's not.
Watch Goblin Slayer Tacos.
It's not done right now, so we're still waiting on the season to finish. Once the season's finished, that's when we'll think about whether or not it gets submitted into the hat at some point, or like if once we allow that again, or if I submit it just on its own.
Yeah, it can't go into the hat until it has 12 episodes minimum or a season is ended. We did watch Goblin Slayer. We watched it. It was a while back. We have not done Record of Ragnarok, but I have actually been reading Record of Ragnarok, and I've been wanting to see the anime. So that's kind of its own...
Well, if you put Dandadan in the suggestions, then it might just not be out. Like, I don't know if Seki's added it to the hat or not, but we just aren't going to be able to watch it till it has at least that 12 episode out.
Yeah, I was going to do another check through the recommendations this week. I saw at least 2 things that'll be going in, but not too much. Love the sound of your phone.
It's my report. Or it's my text tone. I have the Wilhelm scream. It's just telling me where my pizza's at.
Valid.
Supposedly, it's another 18 minutes out.
As for what's in here, let's see. Assassin's Creed Black Flag will be coming on the channel at some point, Tacos. Not this week, but maybe next week I'll try. Let's see. Infinite Stratos, I meant to put that in. Don, we'll wait for the season to finish airing, and then somebody suggested the ReZero novel. I'm gonna be so for real with you. That is entirely up to Nick now. He has to tell me that he wants to do that.
We'll see at some point. We'll see at some point with the ReZero novels. Maybe one day.
Yeah.
I have a lot more. We have a lot on the off-the-shelf docket right now, though, so.
Although the off-the-shelf docket, that list is the most, like, permeable of all of our lists.
Yeah, a huge part of it is I have, like, it's either has to be something that you've read or you read really quickly, though. So, like, the stuff you can submit from off-the-shelf, a lot more than the stuff that I can start throwing to the pile, because I have to read it, and I put in the stuff I read pretty often, actually.
Yeah.
With how quickly
I just have
Seki's...
a lot more time
Sorry,
to
go
spend
ahead.
pleasure reading, and I read a lot faster.
Yeah. With how quickly Seki's going through FGO Part 1, you probably will see Caldea Scrapbook on there, even though I didn't think at the time I did the solo review that it was ever going to be on Off the Shelf.
I feel so bad I've been avoiding E Pluribus Unum.
It's not the biggest page turner. My brother downright skipped that chapter.
It's boring. It's boring as shit. I'm not enjoying playing through it.
Look, if I had to say the second worst chapter from Part 1, it probably would be E Pluribus Unum. I know you prefer Septum to it, but I think it's the second worst.
It's the worst for me so far. But I will be playing more of it this week. I'll get through a chunk of it, try to get done enough that I don't have much left.
Come back and then if you finish E Pluribus Unum before you leave, you get to come back and then you can play Peak for the rest of time, and except for Agartha.
That is true. Yeah, I mean that would be the goal. I'd like to have E Pluribus Unum finished before I leave.
Because after E Pluribus Unum, everything else you could do is pretty good for the most part, with like one exception, maybe two.
I mean, I hope so. It's just, I don't know, it's just one of those things.
Agartha can be a little rough. Because I kind of feel, if I think about the chapters of FGO Part 1, E Pluribus Unum is the one I could probably qualify the most as filler. Not a lot comes back, and it doesn't bring much into Part 1 story. Not a lot of stuff from E Pluribus Unum comes back. It's just kind of there, with a giant-ass cast that doesn't need to be as large as it is.
Oh yeah, the cast is way too big. And I don't hate anyone in the cast so far, it's just too big.
Like,
Man, they're really dragging on this 2 p.m. start time, aren't they?
Yeah. Speaking of, I'm going to have to delay the start of CCC again. That's now not getting started till 4. Me out here thinking I'm starting CCC at 1:30. This is the second time I've seen this Fate Stay Night Remastered trailer come up. I get it. I'll get back to reading the visual novel this week, I swear. No, the Strange Fake episode did not appear. Actually, right now, they're showing the audience the UBW episode 0.
Oh. Huh.
Not that we can see it, but that's what they're using as the filler slot while they get everything else set up.
Yeah, I'm not watching it.
It's not like you can't see it on. It's not being streamed.
Yeah.
They announced a couple interesting things that don't really affect us, but it's cool nonetheless. UBW is actually being broadcast on a TV channel in the States.
Nice.
What was that? What else was there? Oh, and the Heaven's Feel movies are finally being released on Crunchyroll.
Fucking Dante's interlude.
actually, it's different. So the Dantes interludes, like you played an interlude last time. It's one of those. They're talking. I assume you're thinking of the Prison Tower event.
Yeah.
We'll try again on the Prison Tower event. Probably maybe let's wait until the Karna event's done, and we'll see where Seki's at after that. Once the Karna event's done, probably when Seki gets back from her trip, I imagine her account is looking a lot better than it was during going into the Tamlin.
Did you see my fumbling with my Pretty Boy team last stream?
Yes, I did. Those teams kind of bring me some pain, but that's... It's all DPS, and the one support you had on there does no damage. It's a support servant, you freaking meathead.
Did you see all of the teams I made?
Yes, I watched your team creation. I was actually there for the entire stream. I just wasn't active because I was playing Sync.
Ah. Knick-Knack has, I think, Quipper. He put it in the hat.
Yes.
I've heard of it, but I've not seen it.
Gonkutsuo is in the hat. I haven't seen it. I just want to watch it.
Oh, okay.
I've heard good things about it, so...
Yeah, I wasn't... I see, I didn't know if you were in the chat when I was showing off the different teams, but I was like, oh, I know Knick-Knack's gonna have thoughts about some of these.
I mean, really, it's just all DPS, but it's not even a good Unga Bunga team, because they're all different classes, so when you go into any given node, it's like, well, do I have advantage against the servants I'm fighting? Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. And then you proceed to take archers into a Lancer node.
But that was an accident. That one was an accident.
I'm all for themed teams, don't get me wrong. They can be kind of fun to play with, but, like... None of them are good.
Well, except for my stupid little grinding team.
Your grinding team, because it's just set up so that you can get the... It's basically set up to put the majority of the work on your the support servant you grab.
Yeah.
Which that's just how early accounts tend to be.
Yeah.
Ideally, I'd like to set it up so that you can actually do some 3-turn farming, but that's gonna be a hot minute.
It's gonna depend on who I manage to draw over the next year.
Yeah, I can maybe make it so I can finagle a way to use your Fion as a DPS in 3-turn farming. You would just borrow Castoria and level your Zufu, and then if you had a waiver, if you have a Zuge, you can make your Fion do okay things at 3-turn farming, especially on archer nodes.
And, you know, of course, my entire goal for the next year is Satanta, Juge, Iskandar, Ozzy, and Nito if I can get her.
Yeah.
Like, that is my list of things I want to get for the new year. And then, obviously, I'm going to try to do Santa Karna.
And then, alternatively, I don't know what DPSs would be available to you, but you could probably get a 3-turn farming setup going with Buster using Koyanskaya and a Juge. If you pull Juge.
Yeah.
That's another... Basically, I'm waiting for you to pull Juge.
Which is unfortunate, because the next banner that we know for sure is going to feature him is in October.
Yeah, anything other than that, you're just getting lucky.
Yeah. Yeah, I really am, Mirai. That's funny, because Coulter isn't even my favorite coup. It's just, I picked up Coulter originally because that was the... In terms of, like, the actual, like, availability of the servants that I wanted from that summoning ticket, that was my best
Hang on, guys. I'll be
option.
right back.
You know? So, you know.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I would have just gotten, like, Juge, you know, then, or Ozzy then. Oh, pizza. Pizza P. I want pizza. Damn, I'm gonna have to order pizza in a second. I don't know what this year's NA New Year's is, Agate Dragoon. To be honest, I'm a little bit more disappointed that I can't use some of my other servants very easily. Like, I'd really like to make more use out of, like, Cleo and Fion. And there's a couple other servants I've been leveling, but, like, I just haven't really found a way to make them super useful. So, you know. It's sad. It's unfortunate. Also, I do really like Zhang Yu. Like, I love my Zhang Yu. So, like, you know, I want to use him more, but he's stuck in my back line. So, like, he only comes out to save me when Coulter or Koyan dies. Most of the time. And, I mean, he's great then. So yeah. Yes, Quipper, Fion exists. He's one of my favorites. He's great.
I'm back. Did Seki already pop away from here?
No, I'm here. Why?
Okay. Nope, no reason. Y'all are not allowed to see the pizza box, by the way. It has a, in our area, they're doing a promotion with a basketball team in the area, and they have one of the players' names on there.
Oh. Is it Papa Murphy's, or did you get,
It's Pizza Guys, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright, well, I think I will pop away now, because I do want to order my own food, and then, you know. I'm currently reading a fan fiction that is so well written, but so unbearably sad that it literally had me uncontrollably, like, streaming tears and sobbing for, like, 15 minutes earlier. So I want to get back to that.
Well, have fun crying.
I will, and you know, I know no one asked, but the worst part about it is it's a fucking Naruto fanfiction.
Of course it fucking is.
Huh?
Of course it fucking is.
I think it really it's one of those things where, like, you never expect to find a fanfiction this heart-wrenching from this fandom, and oh my god. Also, my goal for the next 3 weeks before I leave, right, for my trip, I'm gonna get the Discord available for channel.
That's fair. I know we've been sitting on making the Discord public for a while now. I'm not very good at Discord, so that's been an all Seki project.
Yeah, I'm like halfway through the rules and stuff. I need to Google some more stuff, but it's gonna happen. Anyways, so yeah. Quipper, that's genuinely, apparently, how this works here. And Carlos, more often to me than you would think, I actually like angsty, heart-wrenching things that make me cry before it gets better. Anyways, with that being said, I'm gonna go get food. Enjoy the rest of your stream, and I might pop back in later when you're gaming.
Yeah. If I have the Discord closed, just either hit me up on the phone or just say it in chat, and I'll jump back in.
Yep, toodles.
See ya. I'm just gonna close out of the Discord now. Normally I would keep that open, but when I get the audio back on here, there's no point in having it if I have the audio off for you guys. That said, they're taking their sweet ass time coming back. I thought they were gonna be back around 2, but no, 2 something apparently meant 2:59 p.m. Probably move my mouse cursor out of there for now. Episode 0 is like 45 minutes, but they started that they started that not long after the last panel would have ended, which was around 1:30. So if they had taken like 15 minutes to get things all set up, I guess they did the autographs first. Decent line of that, so maybe 20 minutes. They probably started. Okay, yeah, I could see how that might take a minute to come back. They just forgot us and they leave us here on this on this scene. I'm going to try leaning away from the mic as I chew my food so you guys don't have to hear it a million times. They're showing episode 0 just because episode 0 is the one that they can guarantee won't spoil anyone for anything, even though they spent the previous hour spoiling all the end game for all the heroine routes in the visual novel. It's pepperoni and sausage. So, it's just a custom 2-topping pizza. I could have added veggies, but I've been healthy all week. Oh, they're back.
The host for this panel. So this panel today, we'll be talking about a couple of the anime.
I'll unobscure you guys for now, but I have a feeling it'll be coming back on real quickly.
Anime. And with Aniplex and with Typo, we have a lot of opportunity to work with a lot of creators, and it takes through working with all the different creators, this field make it grow to the title that it is today, and be loved by everybody. So today we'll.
That's good for you, Quipper. I'm actually still in that same exact situation with mushrooms. Internally, some things like, ugh, about eating them.
So let's welcome our guests today. So producer Kurosaki Shizuka and the ADR director and voice actor Tony Oliver.
Ooh, Red Baron, that's rough. Even for frozen pizzas, I don't typically like the Red Baron ones. I haven't done Red Baron in a while, though. I could be wrong.
So first, let's have a quick introduction.
Who is here?
Start with Tony.
I'm Tony Oliver. I'm the English voice director for most of the Zero onwards, and I also
Really? The voice director for the English voice director voiced Ku as well. I did not know that. That's actually pretty cool. I'm gonna text Seki that. Why is the camera so close up to?
The anime project of
So yellow? Oh, you're right. It is a bit yellow. They have like a. It's not a filter, but they might have. I don't know.
So, do you remember which was the first title that you worked on? Oh my god, what is this? What to kind of what are some of the moments when you started working on this project that has
I promise you, it is. It looks like it's on the stream side.
Well, a couple things. First of all, it's great. The story was so different. So different from the anime and I didn't like my characters. So, but the what was extraordinary about the action sequences brought in some gaming style into that. So yeah.
One of the things that was impressionable, or at least one of the memorable things for me, was when I first joined the team for Fate Zero.
It's like it's only one of their cameras too.
Their president just came up to me and said, "Hey, we're gonna start working on this thing called UBW, and you're in charge of it. Good luck." And as a fan, though, I was super. I was a fan of the Fate series, so I was super excited for it.
もう一つはじゃあ実際にそのアニメのトレードワークスがプロダクションに関わって1話の後半のランさんとあーちゃんの戦闘シーンを私放送する前に完成したものを見た時にがこれがサーマンとの戦いっていうセリフがあると思うんですけどまさにそれと同じフィーリングを受けましたアニメーションと素晴らしさ
When production for UBW started, and the first episode started, and there's a scene between the fight scene between Mixer and Archer, and before it was broadcast, I was able to watch it, and there's a scene or there's this line that Rin says, this is something that goes something like, this is the battle of, this is what a servant battle is, and when I was watching this scene, the fight battle, I definitely felt that this is a servant battle. I had the same feeling.
This is a little bit more interesting because we don't see as many interviews with them as we do with the Fate Stay Night cast. The
Normally when I direct something, an anime, if it's not particularly dramatic, I'll look at 4 or 5 episodes and kind of get a sense of it and then read it as it goes. With Fate, when I sat down to watch it, I ended up watching the entire series in Japanese in like 2 sittings. Realized that this was maybe the only anime that I needed to make sure that I didn't mess up.
like,
It's just perfectly written the way it was, and so that's when I think this is special.
and they're not the typical like writers or the artists that you also sometimes get. These are very like Aniplex producer they probably could get, but that's probably just because they have the connections through themselves as distributors. This is a good interview, I think.
When she was making Unlimited Blade Works, I was sitting down there watching Unlimited Blade Works. So I remember my first event to Fate was Unlimited Blade Works. I was sitting there at Anime Expo, just like, when I saw Kazumi-san for the first time, I was like, Saber. So when fortunately next year I ended up joining the company, and I remembered there was a time when we need to kickstart a project. That's when I actually met Kurosaki-san for the first time, and then we're both just like, oh my god, you like Fate too? Yeah, me too. We like Fate. So it's a great opportunity to be able to work on the project. It's been loved by so many others and creative talents, and I remember working with Tony too. When I usually for dub, when people sit in and we're like, oh, Tony, just be careful with this character. You need to. Tony just like, I got it. I know exactly what you're talking about. I already watched through everything. I'm like, why would I shut up now? So with that, we'd actually like to get into a little bit with the actual production of it, the dubbing process of it, and some of the kind of behind the scenes level difficulty of it. So first, my question will be pointed towards Kurosaki-san for a little bit. We talk about Unlimited Blade Works, and also, after that,
This is Dean Stay Night Erasure.
that like these stories are so different and then we can get into
We're obscuring this. They're putting up some trailers, so you guys are losing audio for a minute. While they're showing trailers, I'm gonna get myself some more pizza. So, because I've seen these. Drink as well. All right. It's been a long time since I watched the UBW dub, actually. It's interesting to hear this again. Yeah, this is what Tomomo was hired to do. Tomomo bravely protecting our stream from the copyright police. It's hard to top Joji Nakata. Not really, Froshard. Nothing really has happened. It's been mostly interviews today, actually, which is what I expected, to be honest. Really, the only thing today is the official confirmation of Hollow Raxa. That has been the only thing today. And then there was a product reveal for an art print, a framed art print, which looks cool enough. It's just gonna depend on the price, whether or not it's even close to worth it. It's probably too expensive. Is just curious. Yeah, I've heard him in other anime. I'm just like, what? It's today is probably not getting. Oh yeah, and then I don't know if you were, Frostshard, were you here for the big FGO announcements? That was probably the craziest things today. Were the FGO announcements? The exclusive banner and the exclusive GSSR. Oh, and quality of life, yeah. The command spell. So happy about command spell. They're adding the full recharge for the command spells for daily, so when you recharge your command spell, you no longer recharge just one, you recharge all of them. That's coming to NA way early. We'll say it's going longer than I thought it was going to go. Oh yeah, it's very early. We're almost 2 years. That was an anniversary thing on JP, so we're way early. Look, if any place wanted to advertise on a quick little TV pay for the slot ad in Japan, they could make bank with Joji as their spokesperson. Thank you. It's not the Rin route, it's the Archer route. I haven't logged into JP yet. Log into JP here real quickly. Oh, there's an app update. Oh, are you gonna make me read? There we go. So it's like a roundabout process to get my app updated in FGO. Catching up on DMing material, Frostshard? That's fair. Cooked up to make money. Oh, I never actually logged into FGO, did I? I don't think there's anything in J... There was no real big add things to JP today, I don't think. Otherwise, chat would be screaming about it either at the update or this morning. Okay. Man, he just shut Albert down. That's fair. If you watch something you're familiar with dubbed in a language you're not familiar with, you can fill in the blanks and catch on to things easier. It's an interesting question because neither of the people here have any involvement in Fate Grand Order. Not Babylonia. Oh, Tony would have done First Order. Yeah, yeah, he would have directed the dub for Grand Carnival as well. Does he still voice act for Lancer whenever they do a dub for him? I'm not as familiar with the dubs for Fate Works recently, unless it's like hilariously bad, like the Osaka Behime dub, which is like so bad it's good. Okay. The only dub for anything Fate I've watched recently was I watched the Strange Fate dub a couple times. Watched it again this morning. Yeah, that would be the most recent Lancer dub. You are right there. It's also just the most recent anime, not counting Whispers at Dawn, I think. Ransaga Shinda. Yeah, he would have directed every FGO anime, but he wouldn't be in any of them. So I guess that's fair. I think in the Lancer voice actor part, I keep forgetting that he also directs the dubs. True. It is her localization dialogue. Like, Osaka Behime's dubbing, it makes sense because it's just how she's written in the localization. It's just funny. It's always been funny the direction they went with Osaka Behime because it's a very wild direction. Lost Order. The interpreter... the interpreter's like, what the fuck am I saying? I could have the desktop audio back on, actually. This is not a... We're pretty well removed from the from the anime trailers being played. This is the part where I forget to... Where they play a Strange Fake episode, and I forget to turn the obscuring back on and hide the audio. Talking over their identical waters? Huh. I would be shocked too, but it's not impossible because they haven't really made clear whether or not the if this is going to be an episode released here. And then there's another episode 2 is on the JP stream, or if this is going to be episode 1 here, and episode 1 will re-premiere on the JP stream before going public. I assume it's the latter. It's very possible it's the former though, especially because this event was free. This is not a paid event, and I don't think they need the blue badges from the tickets to watch it. would just be very experimental.
One of the ways that we did was to change the focus on the characters.
But I am leaning on it's probably not playing live.
It was the
Oh, identical water balls with identical straws.
because we learned. Versus for Camelot, we followed Bedivere. So that was the two different differences that we wanted to. Maybe it would be interesting for everybody to see the two different perspectives as far as the characters we follow.
And now that question comes to Tony. So,
What was the question? No, just kidding.
so, you know, fake run order, there's no reference material. And the game itself is actually, when it comes to the story part, it's not even voiced. So while we have some characters that's the same, let's say for example Gilgamesh, more likely it's going to sound similar, which we'll actually talk later a little bit about the consistency of the characters. But now, how do you dub something that has no reference point, no reference material? It's not possible. Let's say Babylonia is 7 chapters into FGO. It's not possible. Like, hey Tony, you know, play through this for the next the next week.
Actually, I did play the game for a while.
Oh my
yeah,
god.
Yeah, no, I did. No, I had to. I had to understand what it was we were doing.
Yeah.
So,
So what was the challenge like then?
The challenge was reading through the early chat. I'm kidding.
the challenge is that the canon is different. It's, you know, so, and I had to figure out in my head how to make the canon agree enough, at least inside, in an emotional level. So what I did is I ended up taking it and looking at it as the same story, just looking at it at a wider perspective. So we backed out to look at it from a much more zoomed out, so you can see what's going on around the story. And that allows you to change it. There's one thing that's specific that includes that. And that's kind of how I held it. I really didn't talk about it with the actors much, but just kind of tried to do that. And the other thing is focusing on the moments. When you have a game situation, when I direct video games, you really have to focus on the moment because you don't know what branch is going to happen. So we did that same thing.
I didn't watch
We just focused on the moments and not tried to
the Babylonia anime dub. Was the Babylonia anime dub any good?
Brought out, and I'd like to show a couple clips first before we go to the next.
Clips?
That will actually relate a lot by what you just talked about.
Clips?
By
Someone said clips. Muted. Obscured. I guess I'm about to find out how good the Babylonia anime dub was, because I'm pretty sure that's what we're going to hear. And I assume we're hearing Gilgamesh. We could see Ku and Casco in first order. Griffith Burns, Ritsuka. No, Quipper, Talamo is protecting us. Oh, we're getting Ku. I guess we could get Ishtar and Rin. I don't know if Rin's voice actress, I think, actually has changed between... It's either Rin or Sabers that have changed between projects. I gotta say, the soundtrack for First Order is a little underappreciated because you don't hear it often because it's just in First Order, so they don't reuse any of the leitmotifs or themes. But it's actually decent. In the middle of Dean's run. Oh, that's funny. I've only ever watched like the first 5 seconds of the Dean dub, and I immediately turned that shit off. I was trying to show my brother the Dean anime, and I was gonna show him the JP, and then the English comes on. I'm like, we'll try to watch it, and like from the first Sakura Emiya Senpai, we knew it wasn't working out. It was just a little hard to listen to. Okay. A little bit, yeah. It's a different voice for sure in the dub.
So we have another comparison. Now this time with Gilgamesh.
Fuck.
Again, in two different shows.
Obscure. Muted. Oh, I got that just in time. Oh, hey, the Banquet of Kings. I gotta say, my obscuring game is on point right now. I gotta say, I'm not as big a fan of Gilgamesh's dub voice, but Iskandar's dub voice is really good. Kaji Tong was part of an anime review show and reviewed Dean anime. He said he didn't like Shiro, but loved Archer. How funny fate can be. They really should have showed footage from the Strange Fake Episode 0 dub, the Whispers at Dawn dub. I didn't take it as a complaint. You just pointed out a little bit of a difference there. You didn't even say, like, I can kind of assume which one you prefer, but you didn't like say one was miles worse than the other. You just said one didn't have a certain inflection. That's fair. This is way better than Zero's Gil. And I actually like the Zero dub a lot. Like, I think the Zero dub is one of the stronger Fate dubs, but at least compared to Heaven's Feel, Dean, Stay Night, and UBW, I think Zero's got the best of those four. I haven't listened to the dubs for the other projects as much. But still, yeah, JP is still better. It could also be what's fucking with me here is I've listened to UBW abridged more often than I've watched the UBW dub. So some of those voices like have replaced the dub voices for the English voices I imagine these characters in. But no, Gil in Babylonia was really good there. Zash. Due to DBZ abridged? Yeah, I can imagine that. I've never been a DBZ person. Not that I don't like it, I just haven't tried. So I never really fell into DBZ abridged. For me, the two big abridges I've always watched were SAO abridged and UBW abridged. Oh, I can de-obscure this.
the enemy, you know,
You also choose them out quite a bit.
yeah, they did. And then with Gilgamesh, you know, first we have, you know, the proud, arrogant king of heroes, and then we have the other wise king who just gave a great speech that just like, you sure you're the same Gilgamesh? I know you speak a lot about, you know, keeping characters the same, keeping lore the same,
We are,
make sure that they're feeling come from the same place. So can you tell us
yeah, we're not starting this at 4. I'm pushing this back to...
different?
Honestly, this is going back to 5 at this point, because we're about to hit 3:30, and
There's a technique
we're still going. Actually, I'll put it to 4:30 for now. 4:30 for now, for CCC. I could have done it on the same stream, but I wanted to keep it separate for either people that wanted to watch one or not the other, or as well, so I could take a break.
And he's clever and trying to toy and basically play a cat and mouse game. As
I also take my pup out again before I start that stream.
he's not just focused on one particular
Hi, pup.
and he's also dealing in a completely different situation where he actually admires the person because he admires mastery all the courage. So the character's essentially the same. If you notice, there's a playfulness in both of them, but one is more violently oriented, the other is more supportive, and that's just a different circumstance. Same thing with Gilgamesh. In the original, he is a detached god. He is kind of sitting above it all, watching everything and manipulating. Whereas in
Not right now.
second season,
No.
he is participating. He's not above it all. He's part of the moment, and therefore he includes everyone who's part of that, which is where the inspiration comes from. That inspiration is always there, but one is all selfish, and the other one is all inclusive. But it's the same guy.
I think it's very interesting you say that the inspiration is all there, because I think for a lot of times when people look at characters differently, sometimes they see the
Yeah.
value
That's always been the funny
or how they deliver.
paradox of Gil, hasn't it? Gil says he hates gods, and then, like in his original work, he acted high and mighty like he was a god amongst the people.
Kuhuling is the same Kuhuling, different circumstances. And Gilgamesh,
The aren't you, was it 1/3 or 2/3 mongrel?
But if we don't do that, they call us out.
and then I think the next difficult part, you know, when everything together is then on the production side in Japan. Especially now, you know, we just say the FGO anime adaptation. We already have many different titles of it, each done by a different studio, with a different storyline. We'll feature, let's say, for example, MASH is in all of them. The protagonist is in all of them. But they're in different situations. The story is different. You will feature characters that we know of. Let's say, for example, again, spoiler, if you have not gotten to this point. Let's say at the end of Babylonia, right, we have the wise king Gilgamesh, and we also have the archer Gilgamesh. That we all know is the same archer Gilgamesh, yet the circumstances are very different. So
Gil can't stick to a lane. Yeah.
make sure that that Gilgamesh is the same Gilgamesh that we know. The saber or anybody that we have seen other iterations of T.H.E, how do you make sure that their characteristic is the same, the story is the same, lore is the same, even though it's being animated, stories told differently, you know, in all that kind of circumstances.
What another difficult question.
2つあります。
Two things.
まず一つテクニカルなことは、実は、バビロニアやキャメロット、ファーストオーダーのようなフェイトグランドオーダーのシリーズだけではなくて、アポクリファとかエクストラとかたくさんのアニメアダプテーションがある中で、実はこっそりこの時はこのキャラクターをこう表現したこういう設定という説明を例えば安見の子さんや他のクリエイターの方に受けたっていう秘密のバイブルがあるんです。
Bible.
First thing is it's
Bible?
kind of a technical thing.
Probably not the
so
word.
not only for Babylonia or
That I did think I heard that.
シークレットバイブルというのはちょっと冗談ですけれど、要はでもたくさん今までいろんなシリーズでやっぱりその時々で新しい情報とかあるいは FGA の更新された設定とかがあるので一通り説明できるように私たちのようなシリーズにたくさん携わっている人間が全部資料に実は残していてそういう新しいアニメアダプテーションの時にはスタッフに必要に応じてそれをご説明したりしてます。
So there's a lot of things that get updated constantly. So there's always new information from each of the titles and everything. There may be new information that come to light from an FGO update. And so we compile all that information into a settings kind of sheet into one single thing that we can refer to, that we always refer to, so that if we do go and make a new title and we use somebody, new different staff members, we can give it to them so that we can explain to them how these settings are. We provide them as reference so that it can be shared across, that we're always on the same page.
例えばさっきのギルガメッシュの違いにしても本当に初めてジョインする人だったらこのキャラクターは同じですよね、何が違うんですかって質問しますよね。そういうことがきちんと理解してもらえるように私たちが説明する、それも私たちの仕事だと思いますし、私も、ね、年季の入ったタイプムーンのオタクなのでそういった説明をスタッフの人にするのは非常に得意です。
So going back on the difference between the two Gilgameshes that we saw in the clips, if somebody comes who joined as a staff member and joined and have no information or have no prior knowledge, they would look at the two different guilds that we just saw and be like, this is the same character or this is the same person, right? In order for this new staff member to understand the difference or the similarities, our job, or at least I believe my job and the people who are seasoned, knowledgeable of Geo or Fate people, our job is to try to explain it until they understand that they are, yes, the same, but they're different. And as a tycoon otaku myself, I'm very good at explaining.
Yeah. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. The Type Moon fan explaining the lore to people experience is universal.
ヘイトの物語っていうのはグランドオーダーにせよエクストラにせよアポクリファにせよゼロアンリミテッドトレードワークスすべてマスターとサーバントの出会いと別れの物語であるのでいつもどの新しいシリーズをやると
It's like, guys, who was I kidding? We were going to be back streaming by the time my power came back on either way.
So this is this is my methodology for the second thing, is that for Fate, and anything that is Fate, whether it's FGO, Extra, W, Hero, it's essentially a story between a master and their servant, and it's a story between their encounters and the parties. So no matter what it is, every time we make a new series or a new title, I always have that in mind, that basic methodology, that basic knowledge that is about experiences and encounter parties. That's what I always have in mind as the basis for the story.
Alright team, we've got to up our Bible game. Monica! So, I think it's very interesting for stuff like that.
Albert's like, why wasn't I given that Bible?
Talk of the localization of all the different titles, starting from FGO and then now help with the anime side. With the universe growing so big, my team's function in the company is to help. Improve is not the right word. Review the localization.
Advise.
Yes,
Really
thank you,
more
thank you,
advise. No,
thank you.
Because we listen to you.
Yes.
You know.
Thank you. I mean, advice sounds like we're forcing, but yeah. So I think it's very interesting for that, and it's not a
The dream. Yeah, no kidding.
a working knowledge bank for everything in Fate. Today we're celebrating, 20th anniversary this year. It's been 20 years worth of lore from the original Fate Stay 9 to everything in between. So it's very interesting. It's a great insight hearing all of that. Tony, do you keep like a lore, like a knowledge?
Yeah, I probably should, but I don't. The thing is, it's one of the only. I've had a fairly long career, and I've done a lot of series, but it's the only one that I've returned to over and over again that I've watched several times in total. I don't do that with any other show, so yeah, I can make more of an experience more than anything else.
So basically, what we're all saying is, to work on this title, you gotta be a fan first. I'm not taking resume today, so. So, but again, when time flies when we're having fun. So unfortunately, we're towards the end.
That is Albert's catchphrase, I swear to God.
But don't worry, we still have autograph sessions with both Kurosaki-san and Tony later. They're very knowledgeable in the field, so if you have any more questions, not saying you'll get answers, but so before we have a closing comment, again, I just want to show the next slide and do a little reminder. So, all three movies of Fate Stay 9, Heaven's Field, will be coming to streaming on Crunchyroll and Hulu starting December 19th.
Woo woo.
This is a great chance to kind of understand what we're talking about, what Tony's talking about, what Kurosaki-san
Yeah, no.
about.
This is not a crazy announcement before we go.
They talk about for in their work.
We're not taking applications.
Thank you for this. I would like our guest, oh my god, English, to have a closing comment for our fans here today. So we'll start with Tony.
Well, thank you, all of you, for watching this and for enjoying it as much as we do. Without you, we don't get to do what we love, and we don't get to do the art that we get to do. And on behalf of the entire cast who's here, I really want to thank all of you for following us and for staying with us. And can't wait for the next series.
Thank you for coming today, and I'm so glad to join such a memorable event today with Tony. And yes, I hope all of you guys enjoy next 30th anniversary, next 10 years or 20 years or 30 years. Thank you.
Tony, we need you. We need you for the next 20 years.
I'll be really old.
So again, thank you guys for coming today. The autograph, give us a little time to set up, and then Kurosaki-san and Tony will be there greeting and talking to everybody. So thank you guys all for coming today, and let's give one last round of applause for Tony Oliver and Shizuka Kurosaki. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. So again, thank you all. Autograph should be up shortly, and then the next panel, which is Fate Strange Fate's premiere, should return in about, I see, maybe 4:30.
Oh, weird.
There's an update. We'll let everybody know.
We're not doing CCC for a
Thursday,
while.
We'll be playing episode 0, Whisper of Dawn, for Strange Fate. So please enjoy. Stretch your legs, grab something to drink, grab something to eat.
So long as they don't cut the stream out here, because 4:30 is when they're planning on starting the next the Strange Fake premiere. Oh, okay. Let me think here. If it's about I have to imagine it's only about a 20-30 minute episode if it's episode 1, unless they do a full hour. So if I say 20-30 minutes from 4:35, give myself extra time just in case it is a longer episode, or if not, a break. We'll be starting CCC at 5:30. They haven't cut the stream yet, so presumably we're going to get to watch it. You guys will have to have it going on a separate on a separate monitor or separate screen though, because I will not be able to restream that. In the meantime, I need to use the restroom. So instead of making you guys sit here alone, I will be putting up a We'll Be Back stream. Shouldn't be more than 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll probably play some more Melty Blood in the meantime, waiting. All right, we're back. We're back. That last panel was kind of interesting. I'll give it that. It was a localization focused panel. Obviously, there's no new news there. So it's only so interesting. Like, I think the big stuff that people are going to care about for announcements happened in that first panel. Second panel, I think it was more interesting information it was a little bit more interesting as a review, but I think it was just a bit less interesting as a panel. Or not as a review, as a interview. Okay. Boot up some unmute the desktop audio, unobscure you guys. Oh wait, no, that's not the right one. There we go. And we'll do some more Melty Blood for a little bit longer. We'll play Melty Blood till around 15 minutes till. Yeah. I would have liked to see some localization announcements for anything, really. A little bit disappointing. Okay. Let's play a different servant. I'm not as good with... Actually, let's not play a servant. We'll do a Tsukihime character now. No, I'm going to read the story. I don't really care about your... I don't really care about her as a character. I just enjoy playing her gameplay. Ooh, I'm sucking at this. I used to be so much better with her. Stay away from me, stay away from me, stay away from me, stay away from me. It's funny, I haven't actually played that much Type Lumina since I've read the Tsukihime remake. So I can actually remember a little bit more of what she does than Ushi does. It's just I'm not as good at the timing as I used to be, because I think they've changed the timing a bit. Since I last played, and also, it's just been that long. It is a little bit disappointing that they still aren't bringing over some of like the light novels in the manga. Like, to me, that's the crazy one, because we're seeing a lot more light novels and manga get brought over, and Type Moon really hasn't jumped in on that. Oh, hi, Ushi. Ooh, I don't fight a lot of Ushi. Eek. I'm getting bodied by the CPU right now, Jesus. Have I ever said that I'm not very good at fighting games before? Light novels are distributed to Asia. Yeah. Yeah. pulled that one back. Yeah, they probably are hesitant to bring it to the West, but I still think that they're like the way they're doing Prilia for the first series is actually very smart. Because by doing it in one set like that, they don't have to worry about diminishing sales between volumes in the West. And I feel like they could probably try to do a little bit more like that in the West if they're more worried about, if they're more hesitant than anything. 'Fucking Mario. I was trying to cheat my way through it. I almost did it. Fuck. Oh, I'm losing this. Yeah. Damn it. We still have another 20 minutes. I think I could I feel like I could beat Mario and finish up this route, this one route. Maybe I am just too rusty. I mean, what is Tsukihime Remake if not Mario beating the shit out of Noelle? Holy shit. Sorry, not CL, Noelle. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. I have a hard time keeping track of the maids, or not the maids, the nuns. The puppets. Oh, barely won that.
怒りたいのは私への復讐をなしたいのか。そんなことお前には初めから一度も復讐者に。
私より弱いくせに。
そのいいぜ。
うるさい。いつまでも続けるんだ。オープンユアマジックサーキット。ファイト。いけ。カウンター。
Ah.
ターンユアマジックサーキット強い。ファイト。
Perfect. Fuck. Give it one or two more shots, I think, but we should get back to the stream soon. Ooh, it's going like shit. Okay. No. Damn. Oh yeah, I'm dead. Alright, we'll get one more shot and then we'll move back to the stream.
知れぬお客様、手に手を取って夢の狭間に参りましょう。
Fuck. Damn it. Alright, that's it for Melty Blood. We're moving back to the stream here. Okay, pull the stream back up here. Whoa, what the hell? Alright, so the strange fake part's pretty much all going to be Tama mode out. So I wouldn't... If they have like a little talk panel prior to it, I'll keep the volume on in the unobscured. But as soon as we start the anime, it's getting obscured and muted. I will obscure this though. The reason why I'm keeping the pre-show obscured, or the waiting room obscured, is because I don't know what they're going to pop up here. They could like this and the part 2 intro. Ugh. I think right now I set the what time did I set the... Oh. Okay, I accidentally closed out of my YouTube control room. I want that open, actually. This could be full screened again. But I need to... I do want to keep track of what time my CCC stream is set to go. It is right now set for 5:30. We'll see. I might push it back a little bit more to the 6 or 6:30 slot, depending on when this finishes up. I could start it now. I did see Taco say earlier that I could have skipped Strange Fake and watched and started CCC, but I kind of want to watch Strange Fake live. Because it probably will get posted to Crunchyroll right after this is over, anyways. And I'm in no rush. It's a Saturday. Tomorrow, I'm really not doing anything. I get brunch with the family at like a 10 or 11 my time. And then that's pretty much it. Like, I don't need to worry about being fully cognizant all day. I can actually even conk out for a nap here and there if I want to. This is why I was like, yeah, we could finish CCC on a Saturday. CCC will probably be a chonky stream. I wouldn't be surprised. At this point where we're starting, depending on how long it takes me, I could totally see us going till pretty late into the night. Hey, you guys might even see me door dashing a fucking coffee. Because I don't have coffee here. I've got black tea, and that's about it. I'll keep the Tomomo with the obscuring Tomomo. I think the obscuring Tomomo combined with the no direct audio should be good enough to keep us copyright protected. I wish I could give it to you guys, but I don't have the balls that some React channels have where they'll have the full episode there. They'll crop out, like, they'll keep the sound on. I'm too familiar with, like, YouTube will, like, sound check that. They'll visual check that. We're just gonna... The only thing I'm keeping is that Tomomo... The Tomomo's still there. That way you guys can still see where I'm at in there. So if you're following all... Like, if this is in the VOD, you can try syncing it up. But, yeah. It's not the most elegant thing, but it's whatever. I'm excited for that GSSR though. That'll be fun. I love the fully like the early year GSSR with the limiteds from last time. It's like it feels very classic GSSR. Like you could get like there is no controlling this. You could be totally screwed. My brother got fucked over with the. I saw password 1 Fuyuki. We'll refresh, but the link is still not in the description, I don't think. Maybe on the Twitch stream? I'll check out the Twitch stream on my phone side here, see what's going on. But yeah, no, they don't have the description. No, Anyplex ain't even streaming this on their Twitch. For a post-stream website? Yeah, I'll note that down, though. I'll note it down. Not that it was a hard password to remember. Because I saw a password come up earlier, like summon, but it was also tied to the anime.com thing. I'm like, okay, no, that's NFTs. I could turn on my ring light. I had the ring light off, but that's because I didn't really need it on. But it's starting to get dark out. I will mute the color so I'm not using it as a lamp. That's good enough. A little supplement because the sun's going down by me. Less natural light. I'm not worried about washing myself out as much. Alright, it's about 4:30. They should be coming back soon. Bone swords. I honestly didn't expect this to be as much of an all-day event as it was. They really should have got a bigger venue. I realize it was probably a budget thing, like they didn't think they'd get that much budget for it, but I feel like they could have got a bigger venue and made a slightly bigger thing out of it, and they probably got away with it. I saw on Twitter, it's what the venue only had what was it, about 100 to 200 people or something like that. It was max capacity. They got a real, just from everything, it sounds like they got a really small venue. Yeah, they'll probably put some delay in there. I see the chat starting to pick up again. I see the viewers returning, I assume because this is the time we were given. We'll see how long it takes them to actually come back, though. Could be another 15, 20 minutes. Could be. Don't leave just because because I say it could be. Hi, Ptolemy. And it sold out pretty quickly. I hope the fact that how quickly it sold out is good indication to them that they could probably get away with a slightly bigger like FGO event if they ever wanted to, or a Fate event. Like maybe for something come 3 years when they do the FGO 10th in NA. Like, FGO 10th in NA would be a wonderful opportunity to do something slightly bigger. They don't need to make it a yearly thing like JP, but doing something bigger for the 10th anniversary in NA, that'd be pretty cool, actually. I made comments to the effect of, like, they could be that it was a very, very awesome that they did more showing off of the anniversary of other servers in the JP stream. I remember that. I remember as much about that. So if they bring it back, if they try to do something a little bit bigger on the Western side, that'd be neat. This is probably the closest you're getting to a proper FGO or a proper Fate event in the States. Here is this event. It's very, very small scale. When I think they obviously aren't going to go for a full FGO like 3-day FES event, but I think they could do a 1-day thing and get away with it. Yeah, besides the anime convention panels, but those are short and they're on their own clock. Like here, they have enough time between panels, and they're doing similar things they do in the JP panels, where these panels are spread across the day. So really, what they're doing is a mini FGO Fest with this, or a mini Fate Fest. It's just they picked a tiny venue and only did 3 panels, which is fair. But they could get away with a slightly bigger event, I think. Just can't do it all the time. They probably can't do it the full, like, it's not a full con, like a 3-day con like FGO Fest was, or is. I knew the moment they said that the tickets were free, though, that I wasn't getting a ticket. I didn't realize how small the venue they picked was at the time, but I figured that I wasn't going to be able to get a ticket, and I didn't know they were even pre-selling the tickets. I thought it was at the door thing, and I didn't feel like making travel plans just to not get it. Would have been an awkward week for me to travel, too. I could have made it, though. I really could have. I'm not that... like, I'm pretty far from LA, but I could have made it down to LA for a weekend. No, it seems like I have to wonder, like, this feels like a testing event. Like, this feels like them gauging the audience for this kind of thing. I didn't even know to look for it, to be honest. By the time I saw they were actually selling tickets, like, oh, they actually did have a reserved ticket thing going on. Huh. Because at the time I thought they had just, like, booked out a movie theater or something like that, and it was just going to be a... I didn't realize they were going to have the full panels and all this. But, I probably still wouldn't have gone. This is a very small, you could tell from just how this was put together, it wasn't going to be that big of an event. Strange Fake World Premiere. Yeah, I'm surprised we're going to get to watch it, though. No, we're still waiting. Open up a pack of Pokemon cards on stream here. I got a minute. I'll go for a Pikachu. I need a lot more out of Pikachu right now. Let's see if I get anything. Nothing I don't have already. Oh, that's neat, but I have one. I think I have 2 now. Okay. Just waiting for them to finish up autographs here. Yeah. Then if they just got a screenshot of episode 0, they're probably setting up for the final panel. That makes sense. Okay, close out of this. See, is there anything going on Twitter? I don't have the balls to put my Twitter up on screen right now, but I'll scroll through it. Sorry, I was just reading about the NFT thing for this. The NFT thing is probably one of the worst things they've done with this. Okay. Not. I'm not seeing much about it here, but let's look. No, this is just the rotating previews. It's gonna be a second. If it comes on, it's just gonna pop in. Like, it'll be pretty sudden, actually. This is taking a minute, but I don't think this is it. Is that a... I think that's the stream. It's flickering. If I were to... Yeah, it's a stream. That was my monitor for a second. Oh, look, they put a timer on stream. It's actually pretty clear even behind Tomo there, so we're good. I will, in the interim, turn up the opacity on. Increase the increase the opacity dramatically on Tomo, though. There you go. I don't really want that to be even close to showing. Yeah, nothing quite going on that I'm seeing. We have a timer though, 3 minutes. They're taking a minute to get us started, so I'm gonna, just while we're waiting, I'm bumping the CCC back to 6. We're not starting that much earlier than we would have normally started CCC. How funny. But this will give, I do want to take at least like 30 minutes to chill between streams, so. They're taking 3 more minutes, yeah. Or two and a half at this point, but I meant like from the 4:30 start time, they're taking a bit. I assume the wait time is them getting people seated again after autographs. I don't know. I guess people probably would have lined up for autographs still. Yeah, I thought this event was only going to be like an hour or two when I was thinking about it. Like, I thought I might need to push CCC back a little bit. I didn't expect this to be like a full business day length event. So otherwise, I would have planned a little bit more to fuse the 2 streams and maybe done some CCC in the middle. Or not done CCC today, period, and had finished it up in 2 streams, like one this week, one next. So whatever, though. I can get some sleep in if I'm still, like, during a break and, like, just a little... I'm good at power naps. And then if I'm still tired, I'll, like, DoorDash some coffee or something. Yeah, that's the other thing. I was worried about the VOD. Like, if we might need to take this VOD down. We'll see. I'm keeping it obscured pretty well, and the desktop audio is just not coming back. Yeah, it's just not coming back on. I'll manually turn it on, but... As long as it's kept obscured and the desktop audio is off, I don't think I'll get copyright dinged. If they do a substantial, like, interview prior to or after Strange Fake, we'll be here for a little longer. Reverting soon. There it is. Not gonna lie, I actually had a little bit of extra time on last Saturday. I almost went and did a little bit more CCC to finish off the Melt weekend so we could just do the finale today, but whatever. We'll have time tonight. I just need a little bit of a break before we get started. I'm willing to play until like 2 in the morning if I really have to. I'd say they forgot about us, but they manually typed out starting soon in front of us. Or they manually added it and fixed it. I'm actually pretty excited for this. I am I don't know what parts are going to get adapted here because it's been a hot minute since I read the manga for Strange Fake, at least the first handful of chapters, past the point where Wish Was at Dawn in Volume 1 go. So I do know how the story continues, but I'm curious to see how they go about it. Nope, and we're back. I'll give you guys desktop audio for this, for the immediate moment.
So we have a talk show in addition to the Face Strange Fake English dub premiere.
Talk show.
It will be the first time anybody has seen the footage for episode 1, so you're in it for a treat. So before we start, let's introduce our guest.
Okay, they're doing a talk show, so we'll let you guys see this.
Some of the behind-the-scenes process when making the show. So let's welcome our guests, Face Strange Fake director Enokido-san, Sakazume-san, and the character designer Yamada-san, and the cast for Saber, Onoyuki-san.
Oh. We actually get the JP voice for Saber too. Are we seeing the dub or the sub today? That's because I thought we'd be seeing the dub, but that I assume that's the Japanese voice actor.
She's been translating the entire day for us, so a round of applause.
We salute you. Did he say the dub? Okay.
Okay. So, everyone, let's take a seat. So, we have a lot we want to talk about. Of course, we have seen the directors here for the premiere at AX. But before that, let's do another round of introduction so the people here know what do you work on. So, let's start with Enokido-san.
Hi everyone. Hello. I'm glad to see you. Fate ストレンジフェイクの監督を坂爪さんと連名でやってる榎戸俊です。今日はすごい楽しみにしてきました。よろしくお願いします。
Hello, my name is Shun Enokido. Together with Sakazume-san next to me, I am the director for Fate Strange Fake, and I look forward to this today. So let's have a great time.
どうもこんにちは。
Hello.
Hello. フェイトストレンジフェイクの監督を榎戸さんと共同で務めております坂爪貴人と申します。よろしくお願いします。
Hello, my name is Takahito Sakazume, and together with Enokido-san, I am the director.
True. Well, yeah, I guess if they've done the JPVA show up and they show the dub, I guess that makes sense.
Hello everyone. I am animation.
My name is Yuke Yamada, and I'm the character designer for Fate Strange Fake, and I hope to have a great time today.
と汝が俺のマスターか。 Hello everyone! Hello! Thank you so much! My name is Yuki Ono. I'm Japanese voice actor. ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。というわけでフェイトストレンジフェイクでセイバー役担当します小野祐希と言います。どうぞよろしくお願いします。お願いします。
Hello, I'm Yuki Ono, and I voice Saber for Fate Strange Fake.
よろしくお願いします。
Thank you everyone for joining us for the world premiere of Face Strange Fake here at Los Angeles, Hollywood, Los Angeles. We have a little bit of time before we go into the world premiere, so we'd like to talk a little bit about the production process for Fate Strange Fake. But also, I've heard that Yamada-san, you will be doing a drawing on stage.
山田さん、なんかドローイングをしていただけると聞いております。
It's you. UK. UK. What's this? What's this? What? Oh.
Nice iPad.
Oh.
My iPad.
My iPad.
Oh, he did a little drawing on his shirt too. That's neat.
No way.
My iPod.
Let's look forward to what Yamada-san will draw by the end of this talk show. By the way, Yamada-san, have you done a live drawing before?
山田さん、ライブドローイングってやったことありますか？
Thank you very much for sharing the first experience here with everybody here in Hollywood. So we'll check in from time to time to see how are you doing.
It'd be really neat if they occasionally just like,
出ますよ。
I assume they're using OBS with the way the transitions have worked here. If they had OBS'd their way, like they had like a wireless
Thank you. So first,
projection from the screen for OBS, if they could just like drag it, occasionally throw it on screen there.
初めてだと思っていたんですけど、どうやら2度目のようで。
I thought it was my first time, but I guess this is my second time.
高校生の時に生意気にも家族旅行でこの近辺に来ていたらしいんですけど、当時はロサンゼルスだったりハリウッドっていう認識がないままここに来てたことをさっき同じ景色を見て思い出しました。
So, I guess my first time was when I went, when I was in high school, I went with my family. I came with my family. And apparently I came and I saw, I wasn't sure what Los Angeles or
I'll be fine, tacos. I'm not really that bad for energy.
passed by
Well,
this time. And I realized
It'll work out. It'll work out.
here, I realized, yes, I did visit here once.
So now that this time back in Hollywood, we are actually sorta kinda in the setting for the Holy Grail War in Strange Fate. It takes place in America. It's no
You're a little too far westward, I think, for that, Albert. Technically, it's a little closer to Vegas, I'm pretty sure.
Last time when AX, you guys have visited a lot of places in Los Angeles, and then you have told us that a
Well,
lot of
I'll worry about the break when as we, like, pretty much once they start the episode, I'll probably finalize when CCC is gonna start, and I'll start planning out my break. At this point, I've resigned a bit that I'm probably only getting a 30 to 45 minute break, so
between here, what we have here in real life Los Angeles versus the setting of Snow.
小野さんは実際に今ロサンゼルスに来られて作品との共通点とかなんか舞台なんか似てる景色とかなんか感じられましたか？
はい、随所に感じる部分があったんですけど、特にこの後1話を見ていただくっていう状況だと思うので、先に一つだけお伝えしておくと、
that's fair. That's fair.
出てくるある場所が、さっきみんなでね、お散歩がてらハンバーガーを食べに行ったところが、あれこれみたいな気配を感じたので、ちょっと楽しみに。
It's just funny because you would never find somewhere like. I don't think it's easy enough. It's not that easy to find somewhere like Snowfield, that LA, that LA looking city in Nevada.
Attention to or kind of focus on is that there's a certain place. When we were taking a walk today, I looked at it like, hey, this hamburger.
But I guess they took Fuyuki's based off a variety of places in Japan too, so.
Kind of look for it and then see, oh, I know what you're talking about now, but it looks familiar. So I hope you guys kind of pay attention to that scene when you see episode 1 today.
Yeah. Wait, so is In and Out gonna be in the anime? Is it gonna be like a? They used a hamburger place that was based on. They made a hamburger place based on In and Out.
Which scene are we looking at? Speaking of Los Angeles, welcome back, Enokido-san and Tanakido-san.
Animal style.
So, the last time we were here was last year's Anime Expo when we did the premiere for Face Strange Fake Whispers of Dawn. At that time, from seeing all the reactions from the audience, what do you think about the fans' reaction here?
前回ロサンゼルスにいらしたお二方の監督なんですけど、アニメエクスポからもう1年以上経ってると思うんですけど、当時のファンのリアクションについて、何か感想とか印象とかありましたでしょうか、前回いらっしゃった時。
True, true. I've been to both Reno and Vegas. They're Reno is not right there next to LA. They're both none like the forest. I don't think I've ever seen like a place like the forest right next to the desert in Snowfield. I don't think I've ever seen something like that in Nevada when I've been out there. I could be. I'm sure maybe if I thought about it a little harder, I could think of something. But nothing that green in next to the deserts.
That the fans showed us at the show at the premiere. Usually, typically, when we finish an animation and we show it on TV, it's kind of hard to gauge what everybody's reaction is because we don't really see it live. But during Anime Expo, we saw everybody's reaction live. As soon as every cut for every scene, we saw the cheers and the passion and all that, and everybody's excited reaction. It was just,
Is it part of the plot? Okay. I never made it that far into Strange Fate just because the service I was using to read the manga, the app shut down, and I never picked the manga back up because it was pretty slow on the fan translation for obvious reasons. So, just kind of wait. At this point, I'm probably gonna watch. I do want to. Actually, I might end up with the break. I might try to get ahead on Strange Fate, even from what we read on the channel, just so that I can have read and experienced stuff past episode 1 before the anime comes out, because that's my goal. Oh yeah, Jens, this has been an all-day event. We still have, like, we're still doing CCC tonight, but this is going to be all day.
Reaction and the memories I had with Enokido-san. But what I can also say is that when we showed the premiere last year, it was not in the Japanese version, but it was actually the dub version. And so hearing the English version and seeing everybody's react to the English version, and still hearing
Makes sense.
great passion and all the excitement from all the reactions of the fans who watched it, I was just thinking, man, Japan we can't lose to the cheers. We need to bring it up a notch in Japan too. We can't lose to the United States for the fan reaction.
ゼロ話をさっき見てもらったと思うんですけれど、ランガルが撃たれるシーンで USA コールが巻き起こって、すごいこれはアメリカでしか見れない聞けない光景だっていう。
なんかワンシーンワンシーンリアクションがあってすごかったですよね。なんかエルメロイ出てきたら歓声が上がったりとか。
エルメロイ
Elmaloy!
面白かったです本当に。
Well, I'm sure you saw earlier, right before this panel, you saw episode 0. But when during Anime Expo, when Lango was shot there's that scene, the fan reaction was USA, USA, yeah, and that was something I'm like, oh, that's something that you can only see in the United States, and it was amazing actually, but just to see all that reaction, and every scene what was also memorable for me was that everybody reacted for every scene and every character that made their appearance. Like, you know, when Elmaloy makes his appearance, everyone's Elmaloy! Yeah! So, again, that was a very memorable thing for me at that time.
So they were just. Oh, no, so they're talking about the previous premiere. Okay.
So my mind's just like USA,
USA.
Very nice. Thank you.
All right, USA. So back to the topic of production. Reel it in. So we have talked about that last time you came here, probably this time as well. You have visited some locations, and last time you have seen the reaction from the USA fans. So has the reaction and that trip from last year affected some of the production when you go into the TV series?
前回いらした時にファンのリアクションをもとにご覧になってその後日本に戻った後に何か制作面で何か影響ありましたけれどもゼロ話から、今回テレビアニメ版に制作するにあたって何か前回のファンのリアクションを見てそれが影響されたことってありましたか？
その時の会場の景色をカメラで撮ってもらって、それを日本の現場にいるスタッフの人にも見てもらったりっていう、アメリカでこんなに声を上げて自分たちが作ってるアニメを見てくれたんだっていう話をしたらすごいやっぱり喜んでくれたというか、いやアメリカすごいところだなっていう
そうですね。
リアクションでしたけれど、でもそういったその温度感みたいな
Aggressively yell USA.
現場にきちんと伝わってモチベーションになってくれた方がいるんじゃないかなというふうに思います。
Well, so when I was watching, when we were up on stage, we had somebody was taking photos for us when we were up on stage and we saw the fan reaction. So we shared those photos and videos to our staff members back in Japan, and you know our staff members in Japan were all like, "Wow, the United States audience is so excited too," and they were very excited to learn that even overseas people were excited for this title. It was definitely, we thought, man, the U.S. audience is so amazing, but it was definitely a big motivator for everybody in the staff in Japan to keep going, to make this title, to keep going, to make this title.
Yeah, I don't want to
television anime.
speak too much on the USA thing. It definitely does have it's picking up some negative context because we're coming out of the U.S. election season and a certain political candidate really leans, and honestly that party in general really leans on that the veneer of patriotism. But there's some of it that's even irony when it's used. It's a bit weird. I can see why it's so unusual, but it's a thing.
逆に僕らが影響されて何か本当に工夫できることをどんどんしなくちゃいけないなって逆にちょっとつまされた思いというかそういう発見もありましたという感じでございます。
So of course, the overseas fan was very, I was astounded by the overseas fans' reaction. But the overseas the staff working on Whispers of Dawn too worked hard too, and especially
I guess you also, is that North Carolina you were in? I don't know what the tone of it was like there. I could definitely say something like where they're at now in LA, that's probably not the tone the audience is going for. But North Carolina, I don't know what the tone was like at their New Year's event.
How, wow, they actually thought through this, where they made conscious efforts and conscious decisions to make it to stand out. And so we were affected by that kind of changes too. So we knew that, hey, we were inspired to be more creative on the Japanese side too for this animation. So that we thought, this was a learning experience as well too.
one more question before we start checking on Yamada-san regarding the progress of the drawing. So, for Whisper of Dawn, not yet, almost. So, for, again, this is one of the last questions.
You hear me laughing and you wanna.
So, for Whispers of Dawn, a single episode special show versus trying to fit the story into a TV series adaptation, what are some of the differences in production?
You took some late walks. You can wait a little bit.
監督お二方に対しての質問なんですけど、Whispers of Dawn を制作した時と、テレビアニメのために各話ごとに物語を通し込むっていう過程に何か制作側で何か違いとか違う過程とかってありましたか？
俺からですか？
Start with Sakazume-san sometime.
そうですね。なかなか
Did something get cut off, Frost Shard? Let me take a look. I only see a couple comments here.
探り作っていくっていうことが主だとは思うんですけれども、そのウィスパーズ・オブ・ドーンを作ったことによって土台が作られたっていうのが本当にこのシリーズでかいなというのがすごく感じてますね。それこそ敵犯だったりとかも割と揃った状態でなんでしょう、探りはまあ
Oh, that's the Aniplex stream. Check my own chat.
まあゼロは
Okay, I don't see any comments.
ゼロ話がこうだったから
Alright, you're going back on the couch. There you go, buddy.
こういうアプローチもできるんじゃないかだったりとか、まあ、可能性が広くなったっていうのはものすごくいいことだなっていうのを感じますね。
So usually, typically, when we make television series, we usually go by, we play it by year, or we do trial and errors, episode by episode. Yet, because thanks to our, it's kind of weird to say it, but thanks to Whispers of Dawn, episode 0, we noticed that there was
At the end of the day, it's a national chant. It's kind of impossible for national chants to be not co-opted by nationalists. Like, I know for a fact Japan has quite a few of them as well. And it's mostly for fun, but I do understand why there's why there's some paranoia around it. The whole, be the American the Japanese think you are. Yeah. It's context. A lot of these chants end up being very context sensitive.
、big factor for us. But for episode 0,
honestly, more often in the political context, the real place you'll probably see the USA chant specifically is going to be sports games, international sports games. If there's enough U.S. people in the crowd, it's the sport chant, the USA. The political context is where it gets uncomfortable because when you're in a political context, there's two implications. A, that the political side doing it is the U.S., which usually isn't true. It's not that it's very disingenuous in a political context because it's supposed to show unity, and unity you can do unity behind a sport or when you're repping a country at a random anime convention. You can't necessarily do that in a political context when you're not really dealing with unity, or you're promising unity on some sort of cause, so you really have to listen to the cause. But it's that's just the unfortunate nature of chance.
And I think that's very different, but it's very fulfilling in my way for making television series.
Thank you. Now we go back to Yamada-san. So can you tell us a rough percentage of completion on the live drawing?
今現在進捗何%ぐらいでしょうか？
Put this mic in my face.
Not bad.
Not bad. Not bad. It's moving. We're trucking along. Okay, it's happening.
He's so awkward. It's hilarious.
So I
It's amusing.
So I know Yamada-san is focusing on the illustration, but just have one tiny quick question, if it's possible. For Yamada-san, what was some of the things that you pay attention to when adapting the original illustration and character design from Moriishi?
山田さん作業中で恐縮なんですけど質問一つよろしいでしょうか？まず、アニメーションのデザインにキャラクターをアニメーションにデザインするにあたり原作原案キャラクター原案を担当された森先生の描いたキャラクターを、アニメーションに落とすことにあたって何か意識したことってありますでしょうか？
はい、お兄さん自体が本当にすごく絵がうまくて、アニメーターがちょっと引いちゃうぐらいうまくて、この絵を、アニメーションに起こそうと思った時に、単純にその自分のハードルが上がっちゃう。
Oh, we can kind of see what he's drawing there. I see squiggles. I can't tell what it is, but I can see it. I can see it.
その中で森さんやっぱりファンを追うごとどんどん絵のレベルがどんどんアップしていってで自分もそれにその
Pretty sure it's in the same style as his shirt. Wouldn't surprise me if he's doing the same drawing on his shirt there.
森さんの
But
とても魅力的色気っていうんですかね
not that I can actually tell.
しようかなっていうところに宿泊した感じです。
So Mori-san, first of all, Mori Sensei's illustration and drawing is so good. It's so good to the point where the animators are astounded. And so when we decided to, animate this, I feel like we set the bar so high, and
I'm gonna go ahead and push the CCC back to 630.
Recreating Mori Sensei's illustration is very difficult, and we set ourselves to a very high standard.
Ideally,
And Mori Sensei
that's the last pushback we need to do.
continues to improve as we go, and so
Ideally.
it's helping me improve my own drawing
Ideally.
as well too. So one of the things
But I have a feeling this panel's only got a couple minutes. Or like, it sounds like this is the last question, or we're getting closer to the end.
Illustration appealing in an animation. So I think that was a challenge that I set myself to do, but I think hopefully it's a challenge, but I'm continuing to do so.
Thank you, ありがとうございます。So we're looking forward to the complete illustration. So speaking of character, of course, with who show up at the end of Whispers of Dawn, we have our new Saber.
Oh, new Saber, yes.
Saber.
Yeah.
So Ono-san, I have a couple questions regarding your character Saber.
Yeah.
So for Whisper of Dawn, he showed up at the very end. So he's still covered in mystery, and it's not a lot is known about this character.
Yeah.
So, can you tell us? I know we haven't seen the first episode yet, so you might not be able to tell us too much. But can you tell us what this character is like? What the new Saber is like?
ウィスパーズ・オブ・ダウンの時点ではセイバーは本当にほんの一瞬でしか、登場しなかったんですけど、その時点ではセイバーってまだまだ本当に謎の多いキャラクターなんですけど、その彼の魅力やキャラクター性について、可能でネタバレ、可能にならない限り可能な限りで、教えていただけることってありますか？
そうですね。皆さん見ていただいたですね。まずゼロはドーンの方を。
First of all, how many of you watched episode 0 Whispers of Dawn?
今そうですね。でそれは吹き替えの方で。
That's the dub version, right?
あ、ですよね。OK。まさに彼が登場していろいろダーンぶっ壊して、で
If this drops on Crunchyroll, I'll probably end up watching this with my brother again tomorrow.
マスターですから一言言って終わっているみたいなところが現状ってことですよね。皆さん的には。
So my understanding is that everybody only knows Saber where he appears. He is in somewhere in like a destroyed area, and he says that iconic line, "Are you my master?" Right? That's my understanding. That's all you guys know. That's right.
It would be cool if it drops. I assume it will if we're streaming it here. If it's streaming here, I have to assume they're going to drop the first episode of the anime TV proper on Crunchyroll or it'll be Crunchyroll. It'll be Crunchyroll. It's an Aniplex event. It'll be Crunchyroll. But if they drop it on if they show it here, they're going to drop it on Crunchyroll because they're not keeping it secretive. If they show it here and like we get kicked off stream, like we're no longer if we're not allowed to watch it on stream, or I mean the streamed version of the event, not us on stream. We're not allowed to watch it actually. But if the streamed event's not given the ability to watch it, then it's probably not dropping on Crunchyroll. We're probably waiting till New Year's to get it.
But as you see in episode 1 and beyond, you will see that there's humanity in him, there's compassion in him. You will see that later in him. And as I was voicing him, it was just so fun looking because he's so expression. He's so expressive. He's fun. So I hope everybody looks forward to that new side of her, a very different side of Saber as well too. There's so much I want to say about Saber, but you know what? I just can't. So I mean, I'm gonna hold it off. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you.
I know we have just shown the dub during the intermission. Who has seen the Japanese voiceover too?
こんなたくさん見てくださってるんですね。
That many, huh?
ありがとうございます。
So,
Thank you.
I actually can see it. The Japanese side probably doesn't expect as many people to watch the dub or the sub as the dub
so we also want to
from
kind of
when they
talk
come
a
to the
little bit
Americas.
about that. So as you probably have recorded more as Saber, and you get to know more about this character, was there something that you pay attention to when you provide the voice for Saber?
すでにいろいろ多分もう収録をいろいろ重ねてると思うんですけど、小野さん自身がセーバーを収録重ねているより深く
While they're doing this interview, I'm going to take another look at the GSSR list and start getting an idea of who I want. Because there are some servants I really don't need. Like, I don't need a Scotty NP2. I don't need a fair amount of NP2. Let's take a look. I know I'll see it, or at least see it. I can click to go see it. So on every other time of the year, my feed is filled with Fate people.
個人的にも一ファンとして楽しませていただいてます。その原作の中で僕が感じた彼の印象っていうのは正々堂々として気持ちのいい男だなというのを何より感じました。他にもたくさんの要素があるんですけれども、彼の中 中で筋が通ってる部分っていうところがすごく演じていて気持ちいい部分だなっていうのがまず何よりあります。収録の時に言っていただいた音響監督さんからの言葉で一番印象的だったのが精錬っていう言葉だったんですね。英語でどういうのかわからないんですけれども、いい感じにちょっと訳していただくと、精錬っていうワードがすごく清廉潔白、そういう日本語で言うと部分があって清らかなんですよね。心根がまっすぐっていうことを指しているのかなと率直に感じたので、本当に思うまま今は演じさせていただいています。
So when voicing Saber for Strange Fate, I started reading
Here it
the
is.
original work,
Okay.
The original novel.
Who's my top prize here? Who's my top prize?
Is definitely entertaining and fun and exciting. And of course, Maurice,
Honestly,
earlier,
probably Okita Alter, actually. Okita Alter is like the big one I want, I think.
Fan myself, I enjoyed reading through the original work, and so I've been enjoying voicing Saber as well too. My impression of Saber is that, as I was learning more about him, is that he's so bold.
My window was not
But
locked.
bold is the
It was
word.
slightly
There's
cracked
so
open.
much of him that his
That explains why it's been a little cold in here sometimes.
so satisfying. It's just he has his way. There are reasons why he thinks this way and how that's why he acts the way he does. And one of the when I was recording director actually, the word that we often use in Japanese is called seiden. Seiden. In the way I translate, or at least how I translate it, is, it means pure or straightforward is the word that comes to mind, where he's just so straightforward. He's very honest about his feelings and and his mentality and his thoughts. And so playing him is so satisfying and everything. And I've been having a lot of fun.
Oh, did you post a Malding video about the Star Dash summon? I'll have to watch that on my break. I love a good plushie mold. Plushie molding is like my favorite, like, pastime.
We have seen the English dub version, so let's take a look at the Japanese version of that scene.
Yeah.
So let's roll the clip.
Oh, clip. Thank you, Foxwife. Okay, it's over.
どうもカットされてるし
The I ask of you is even cut off.
通ってない。なるほど、ありがとうございます。でもなんかいい声ですね。
Such a good voice, man.
Very nice voice ね。
Oh, come on.
なんか自画自賛というわけではなく、本当になんかセイバーの声としてすごく合ってるなっていう当たり前のことをこう客観的に聞いても思うんですよね。
Honestly, I'm sure he's not bemoaning the fact that it exists. I assume he's bemoaning the fact that JP is not getting it too.
A little self-serving, but man, and the voice matches so well.
Like, there is really no reason why JP shouldn't get it, although I assume it's just because NA is trying to keep interest up in their streams like this, or trying to keep, get more people spending money, because they obviously don't bring in nearly as much money, or even anywhere close to as much money as JP side does.
Even though we accidentally cut out Toll, but
It probably helps supplement with the fact that all of we know what banners are coming up, so people often need to wail a lot less.
That constantly showed up in the Fate franchise. So for a Saber to also perform that line is very iconic, and not just.
I think JP should get that banner, or get both Start Dash banners.
It is just that one line. So would it be able to tell us that what was the recording session like? Did they tell you a little bit more information when you're trying to record that line? Did they give you a little bit more context?
Maybe they can drop one of them on this New Year's. I'm sure it may not come. They may never do it. But JP should. They should do it. They should do it. I did see him malding on Twitter when I was taking a break earlier though, like the mini bathroom break.
We'll have a very interesting company conversation when we return.
でもまあ続きましては印象的なセリフだったと思うんですけど、小野さん的に
Albert said that a couple times now, and it always has the same energy as like in Ace Attorney Edgeworth telling Detective Gumshoe of a conversation about your pay about your next pay raise.
多分数年前というかになるとは思うんですけれども、おそらく10回近くいろいろ試させていただいたような記憶がどうでしたっけね。
やっぱ言葉の数が少なかったので、どのぐらいの感触でいくのかみたいなものは探りながらやらせていただいた記憶してます。はい。
Well, it's been a while since, I recorded that line, and actually I think we did, about 10 takes for just that one line, and Hiro-san was like, yeah, I mean, it was a very short line, which is why we wanted to get it right, and we wanted to get the right feel for it, that's why we did multiple takes, to just get the right feel for it.
例えばで言うとその距離感みたいなものをもうちょっと意識して「と」ってちょっと投げかけたりする
と
あんまりそこまで距離は意識しないでリスさを立てる「と」とかいくつかのバージョンを試したような記憶があります。
If I remember correctly,
How long is this plushie mold?
we did a version where, I assumed that maybe he would say out loud with the distance, that would carry through in the distance, and I asked you that way. Or there was a version where I did,
Okay, it's about a 3-minute mold. Next time I take a break, whether it be a bathroom break or the break before CCC, I'll give that plushie mold a watch.
大事なトールカットされたんですけどね。
again, that I asked of you part got, I don't know why it got cut, but
So we can ask the question, what was it like to perform that line? So instead of there now in person, so it's a plan.
どういうことオラが説明でも何ですかね、リアルに考えると尺は全然自由だと思うし、なんかさっき謝ってらっしゃったのはむしろ理由をご存知なのはもしかして
記憶が頭が
じゃあこれはもうフレヌが吉というやつじゃないですかね。
頭が
we better not touch on that kind of thing. But if we just, you could have said the whole thing. It's a short line, so
頭が
my head.
すいません、大変申し訳ございません。すいません。Once we go back to work, ちゃんと話するんで。すいません。すいません、申し訳ございません。
We'll have a good talking.
So あれどこだっけ
I don't know where we are.
Go. So we still have more questions we want to ask about Ono-san and his performance as Saber. So the first time you actually voiced this character was back in 2020 for a TV commercial for Face Strange Fake. So at the time, back in 2020 versus reporting for Saber now for the TV series.
Yeah, no, we still have an entire anime to watch, Seki. We're probably not getting started with CCC till 6:30, 6:45, maybe even 7. And I intend to play through the rest of CCC today, even if it kills me. So chances are, I'm going to be streaming well towards midnight, Seki. It's going to be great.
I just don't remember.
そうなんですよね。あ、でも綾香と合わせのありましたよね。タイトル言ったりみたいな。
そうですね。それもやっぱり一言ずつ、
はい
いただくのみになってしまいましたけれど。
そうですよね。
はい。
その時はやっぱり今ほどその映像のそのイラストを含めた動き。
Honestly, during my break, chances are I'm going to go out, instead of taking a nap, I'll go out, get some coffee and a pastry.
方と一緒に作っていたと思うんですけれども、それでもやっぱりセイバーたる彼から感じるその清廉さ
I would add Yuseki, but there's a very good chance I'll be dropping the audio in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So I can't really have you added right now because I'll have to mute the desktop audio in a minute.
So, I mean, at that time,
Once I'm done, though, if you want to jump in and call once I start CCC, or if there's more talk show after the Strange Fake.
Short interaction, and at that much, there wasn't that much reference materials or anything or direction that I received. It's just we just did it. We played it by ear. I played it by ear with the staff members when we were recording that. But
Chai latte, 6 pumps of mocha.
what I wanted to emphasize importance was that I wanted to at least show how I felt about Saber.
We can get you back in the call later. We'll get you back in the call later, Seki.
And so now, when I've recorded now for the television series, the Ayaka, the voice actor playing Ayaka, Kana Hanazawa, is we do a lot of back and forths and stuff, so we have more interaction.
Never mind then. Well, I don't know. You might finish up, and I might still be streaming. I ain't gonna lie.
What I remember back in the day was that it was kind of like very.
But also, well, it depends on when we get started with CCC.
Going forward, that's how much I remember.
Yeah. We'll see. There's plenty more streams, Seki, so if you have the energy after Scum and Villainy, you know where to find me.
もうセイバーだなってご本人もおっしゃってましたけど、セイバーの声としてイメージがドンピシャだったので、一言セリフをいただくときのその CM の時とかはほとんどディレクションとしては細かくありました。なんか特になかった気がします。
You know, I'll probably still be going, to be honest.
セイバーだ。セイバーこういう
Looking at how much longer this stream could be going at, I might be approaching the end game of CCC at that point.
このキャラクターってこういう風に喋るんだっていう説得をむしろいただいたような形だったんですけれど。
This very well probably will be the most I've ever streamed in one day, and I'm honestly feeling pretty good about it. I'm doing fine, actually. Because it's mostly been a reaction stream outside of the occasional multi-blood play.
You did not hear anything. 頭が
セイバー。僕も一瞬さっきリって言いかけて、
Oh, I think he just dropped Saber's true name on accident.
ちゃいましたね。
頭が
Oh yes.
You guys didn't hear anything, right? People at home is like, I'm clipping that. But you didn't hear anything, right? Nothing? Nothing?
ですね、OK?
Alright.
そうなんか配信ご覧の皆さんもね、
Yeah, people
ね
at
いらっ
home.
しゃると思うんで、
忘れろみ。
はい。エクスカリバーしちゃうぞ。
Excalibur that line.
暗示をかけていただいて。で、何の話でしたっけ？
セイバー。
セイバー。
セイバー、あの時あの場所にいるセイバーならもうあの発言っていうかあの声でしかないだろうというそういう説得力があるっていう素晴らしい演技だったなっていうはい。感じですよね。まあ何も言ってないようですよね。
I just wanted to comment that, first of all, Ono-san's voice is Saber. And the image of Saber just fit with his voice. It just fit in like a perfect puzzle piece. And, so every time we did maybe one line.
Yes, tacos. Let's talk about them.
Direction to do one-liners because he's Saber.
Saber. Speaking of Saber, I'm getting I pre-ordered the Nendroid for Takeru.
They won't be whole. So they're finally whole with that together with the character and the voice. And now that they have more lines as the series goes, the television series goes, Saber. I'm sure we will all be convinced that there's nobody else but Ono-san's voice doing Saber, and we're convinced that they're the only ones who can do that kind of voice. I think that's what it is. So remember, Ono-san's voice is Saber. Okay?
Saber, yeah. Saber.
Saber.
Yeah. I'm Saber.
I mean, technically, he doesn't have one yet. It's still on pre-order. It's not released.
Here doesn't work, so.
I've got my Morgan one in the other room. My Morgan one's falling apart. I accidentally damaged Morgan on opening it, and Morgan's staff is currently in 2 pieces. I might see if I can get Seki's help fixing it, but
というのもセイバってすごく騎士として堂々としたおっしゃってましたけれど、堂々としたすごく大人な一面があるように見る一方で、今後シリーズとして見ていただくと分かってくる部分なんですけれど。
I've also got MHXA in the box right now. I do want to pull her out again soon. She hasn't been out of the box since I moved. But I'm starting to feel like I can start putting stuff up now. My dog has proven that he's not going after the figures I have out, so I could probably, so long as I keep them up, I think they're fine. So long as they don't look like in the general shape of a bone.
So, I mean, there is, you know, parts of Saber's character which is probably, in my opinion, difficult to play.
Honestly, there's been a few times where I'm like, maybe I should just fucking order a new one. Have the slightly broken one, and then have a nicer new one. But I decided against it. If they ever do an Ash figure, though, getting that Ash figure. Or that Ash Nendroid.
And so playing that, you know, Ono-san's playfulness also reflects that. And, you know, again, Ono-san's personality and his playfulness fits that bill of Saber and fits that character very well and all that stuff. And I feel very, very fortunate to work with him. And he's just perfect as Saber.
Thank you for the wonderful insight. So, next I will...
Ooh, we getting the art?
Yamata time!
Let's go. Okay.
So, how close are we to completion of the illustration?
完成のほどはいかがでしょうか ?80%.
So we will let Yamada-san to keep working on it, and then we'll go back to Yamada-san to chat. So, for the final illustration, we will show later on social media.
Are you about to start scheduling your streams for the week? Okay.
Social media and Face to check it out. But
I'll be popping my streams on.
we'll have a quick teaser, so you guys will see what he was working on.
Ooh,
Now, as we're waiting for Yamada-san to finish the illustration, I do have a latest trailer for Face Strange Fate.
Muting desktop audio, but they're putting up a trailer. This might be a new trailer. Yep, they're putting it on. Oh, so, maybe they won't be giving it to us on video here. Interesting. That's unique. We're only getting the Japanese version of episode 1 on the 31st, which means that's what's going to premiere at the that'll be what premieres at the New Year's stream too, most likely. That's fascinating. This might be the first time the Japanese side is being treated like the English side. They get to pretend the first episode doesn't exist for a solid month and a half almost. That's fascinating. I wonder if the English double will be on Crunchyroll or not after this, or if we're going to be because they just confirmed we get to watch it here. I'll go ahead and show this. This is just a
So
visuals.
let's take a look.
Hey, Saber and Ayaka.
So big.
でかいっすね。
So big.
True, but it wasn't viewable for the general public until later. So it was a lot easier for them to pretend it didn't exist because we couldn't watch it. This one they're streaming, so the English dub version will be available. People are already screen capturing this, let me tell you. It'll be in low quality, but it exists, and the Japanese side won't have it available at all. The English, at least the English dub last year for the Anime Expo version, it was only at Anime Expo.
New visual is of Ayaka and Saber, and it's very, very cool.
And that's what I thought they would do. If they were showing us episode 1 and episode 1 was on the 31st, I thought it was only going to be here. They were going to cut us off here. But they just confirmed that we will be able to watch it on the streamed YouTube version. Now the question is, are they going to move us to another slide? Or do we get to watch it in, like, the projector up there and zoomed out like we just watched that trailer?
So, how's the drawing?
進捗の方は完成はいかがでしょう？
Oh, 90%? Oh.
Ooh, only 10 more percent.
So, would it be possible to give a little teaser of what people can expect?
なので皆さんにちょっと見せてちょっと予告という感じで見せていただけないでしょうか。
完成一歩手前で。
Well, right before completion, a little step before completion.
Albert's trying to get them to show it so that they can move on and then just post it on social media afterwards. Oh. Is our camera going to be good enough to show us? Oh, damn. That's pretty... Nice. I thought that's completely not what I expected.
It's all coloring too.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be in color. I thought it would be only black and white, a little sketch.
We'll come back to the Yamada-san, but first
That's impressive.
to have a closing comment from our guest today, and then later I actually again have comment from two people. So first, Ono-san.
One of them has to be Narita.
Closing comment.
Like, they have to have Narita give comment on this, I swear. Maybe the other one's Nasu or Takeuchi, but I assume Narita is going to be one of those two people, like, with the comments from the interview.
見てくださってる方、本当にありがとうございます。噂によると成田涼子先生も徹夜で見てくださってる。見てねー。ヤガさん見てねー。ね、先生方の作品がすごい影響を受けて僕自身も嬉しく思います。しかもセイバーとして参戦できていることを改めて光栄に思いますし、ロサンゼルスの街でね、こうして勢いあふれる皆さんの思いをね、衣装もね、着てらっしゃったりとか、素敵な一緒に時間を過ごせて嬉しく思います。そして大晦日、2月31日、ぜひ、うちは楽しみにしていただきつつ、会場の皆さんには思わず見られる
英語吹き替えが
吹き替えですね。日本語としてはじゃあ本当にその
本当に
Ooh, sorry, I bumped the mic, you guys. And you probably heard that.
長くなりましたけれども、楽屋の方でも英語版のセイバーの方とね、ご挨拶させていただいて、固く握手を交わさせていただいたりとか、その方自身もありがたいことに声優としての僕のファンでもいてくださったみたいなので、お互いリスペクトを持ちながら、T.H.Eのセイバーを演じていけたらなと思っております。最後になりましたが、これからも末永くフィート
Sorry, Mirai. I didn't mean to bump it on you guys.
愛していただけると嬉しいなと思っております。会社の皆さん、そして配信でご覧くださった皆さん、本当にありがとうございました。小田ゆきでした。See you next time. Thank you.
So once again, I'm Yuki Ono, voice of Saber. Thank you all for watching, for everybody here on site, as well as the people watching on the stream. And thank you for watching again. And I've been happy because, this is a title that everybody that's involved, everybody who's involved is very
Yeah, yeah. They didn't really say how long this would be prior, so I had assumed it was just going to be a little a show in LA. I wonder if anyone left partway through.
Showing their love for me, and I get to spend time with all of you here. It was a very happy moment.
I saw no Ayaka Seisho. Ayaka is in the Czech Republic, as far as I know.
Look forward to that. And actually, you know, before this panel started backstage, I met the voice actor for Saber, the English version, the English dub version. And, you know, we said hello, we shook hands very tightly, and then, you know, we exchanged.
Look, I'll say this about the mic bump with the swords. These swords are made of the same material that Seki's Guy Bold was made of, because they came from the same place. So you guys just got to experience being poked by the Guy Bolg. You got to experience the Seki Guy Bolg poke over mic as well. That said, that Guy Bolg poke was over a scuffed stream. So I don't know how many people actually saw that.
Support and love Kate as well as Saber that I play. And thank you once again for everybody here as well as the people watching the stream. Thank you again.
The katana is metal.
So let's
Yeah.
have Yamada-san show.
I used to have, and they might still have, my brother, he had a metal replica of the Master Sword from Zelda. Here we go. So you're going to try leaning that against the water? Oh, no. Is she eating a slice of pizza or something? What's she eating? The glare. The glare.
So,
It's a hot... Oh, it's a hot dog.
so with the closing comment, can you tell us a little bit of who you draw, why you draw it, and a message to the fans before we head to the preview?
ご挨拶も交えて
Slowly Musashi-fying.
キャラクターをまず書いていただいたのか、そしてなぜキャラクターを選んだのか、そしてまあもちろんファンの皆さんにご挨拶をお願いいたします。
この後皆さん見てもらう一番の大活躍をする綾香を披露ですね。なんで変えたかっていうと、ちょっとなんかネタバレではないけどかわいそうなキャラクターちょっとファンの皆さんにちょっと愛してもらいたいなと思うので、なんでホットドッグイート
Hotodogu eat.
Why? なぜっていうその昨日ちょっと食べて美味しかったりとか今回のイベント参加の人本当にたくさんの刺激をいただいて、この後この、熱気や刺激、作品作りに出していくと思いますので、ありがとうございました。また皆様に会えることを楽しみにしています。
They're not starting the stream at 6:30.
Before we all go
The
into
CCC
watching
stream.
episode 1, and I wanted to show you,
Okay.
with you. I drew
Thinking about this for a minute logically.
Ayaka. And the
I do want to take some time to be able to go get some coffee.
you know, draw her was, you know, it might be a
I'm
little
pushing it back.
she is kind of
7 for now, but it's probably going to get pushed back to 7:15.
and so I wanted everybody to, you know, love her as we go into seeing episode 1 and have
Thankfully, coffee's not far away. So if we get to the actual watching the episode by 6, it won't get pushed back to 7:30
I ate a hot dog.
or 7:15. Hot dogs are delicious.
So once again, though, I feel very blessed to be here and sharing this special occasion, special moment with everybody here. I've received so much in interacting with so many different people here. I've been stimulated, and it's going to hopefully I can carry that over to my work, and I will continue to work very hard to deliver the best I can so that you can all enjoy this upcoming series. So thank you very much again.
So last, let's have our directors to have a little closing comments. So let's start with Nikita-san.
いやほん改めて、本日ありがとうございました。フェイト20周年記念すべきイベントの中で、自分がフェイトにここまで関わって、ましてや監督として、携わった作品をテレビシリーズ第1話、この後皆さんに世界で最も早く見ていただけるということで、非常に自身楽しみにしています。ぜひ熱い歓声をアニメーションに浴びせていただいて、現場のファンに強い熱気と興奮を届けてもらえたらと思います。引き続きテレビシリーズのフェイスブック並びにニュースの方も最後まで応援をよろしくお願いします。今日は本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you again for everybody for watching this, as well as everybody watching this stream. Fate, we participated in this Fate's 20th anniversary showcase to celebrate such a momentous occasion, and I would have never imagined I would be a part of it, especially as the director for Fate's Strange Fate for an animation series. As we all watch, I'm very excited to share with everybody episode 1 for the world premiere, as nobody's ever seen it ever before, and I'm excited to share that with you today here for the very first time. I hope that I can hear and I can see the excitement and the passion that everybody is going to show when we all watch this episode, this new episode. And hopefully I can bring that excitement and carry that over and take it back home to Japan to share with my staff so that we can be motivated even more to continue on. Again, so I hope everybody continues to support Fate and both the animation as well as the original work, and continue to support it and to love it. Once again, thank you. Thank you for watching this today.
Thank you very much. そうですね、本当にフェイト20周年というこの記念すべきイベントの場にご招待いただき、これからこの後皆さんに1話を見ていただくことを本当に楽しみにしております。まあ大体大事なことは N 級さんが言っちゃってはいるんですけれども、本当に日本にいるスタッフだったり、それこそ海外にいるアニメーターだったりとかも参加してくれている、この本当にグローバルに作っている作品ではあるんですけれども、本当に心血注いで
Yeah, the artist did a drawing of the main heroine of the anime eating a hot dog. That's why people were saying hot dog in chat. Nothing that weird, actually. The new Fate Strange Fake is in America, so that's why the artist's like, I'm doing a hot dog.
Share with you episode 1, and all the important stuff or all the inspiring words were already said.
Hot dog.
So, but what I can also say though is that I hope that the passion and the excitement can be reached towards all our animators in Japan, as well as our overseas animators. This title is truly a global effort that is done by so many people involved.
That was a very big hot dog. I'll give it that. The giant hot dog bun. Very ornate. Like they had like the onions on there. I saw big hot dog, fancy hot dog. It's like I've had a hot dog that big before.
Please stay tuned.
Hot
Last,
dog.
I would like to so we received actually a special comment from the original author of Fate Strange Fate,
Narita's coming up.
and we also have received another comment from the original character designer Shizuki Mori sensei. So I would like to read both. So first, the comment from.
Oh wow, that's long. Okay.
So I'm going to read it. Hello, this is Ryoko Narita, writer for Fate Strange Fate. It is a great honor to have such a wonderful event held in Los Angeles, home to Griffith watching this premiere, the two directors, Yamada-san, the animation director, Ono-san, who plays Saber, and everyone else who has been involved in this anime, I'm truly grateful. It's been over a year since the release of Whispers of Dawn, which was the prologue. The animation staff is currently working on completing this TV series, while I'm in the final stretch to complete the final volume. The joy and enthusiasm the audience shows for the anime is fuel for all of us.
Hot dog.
This story may be about a false Holy Grail war, but the experience everyone will have at today's premiere will be undoubtedly real. I hope everyone will be able to relive the lives of the tourists and the citizens of Snowfield, as well as feeling the city's atmosphere through the anime. I hope everyone will enjoy the prologue that set the stage through the many characters and then be entertained by the rocking and rolling antics by Saber from this first episode. I hope you all have a great day. Lastly, I have a comment from Shizuki Mori Sensei. So, hello, this is Shizuki Mori, and I am the original character designer for Fate Strange Fate. Thank you all for attending today's world premiere.
Judging by the weather in Sac right now, the weather's rainy in LA. Let me see if that's correct. Ooh, you didn't hear that.
I wonder if it's sunny or rainy.
What's it looking like in LA right now?
What the show
That might be.
like right now. The production
SoCal looks dry apparently.
all put so much passion and love into the project, making a truly wonderful title. The gentleman on stage today, starting
Yeah,
with the character
LA is
design
dry
and
right now.
animation
For
director,
now.
UK Yamada, has supervised countless character designs. And from the long list of characters, Saber, voiced by Yuki Ono, has breathed life into the characters through his intricate performance. And finally, under the capable hands of directors Shun Enohito and Takahito Sakatsume, all the characters have been vividly portrayed, making a truly mesmerizing and immersive title. As you watch the first episode, my hope is that you will all be drawn into the world of Fate Strange Fate, and that you will have many memorable scenes stay with you. Please enjoy it until the very end. Thank you, and that's it, and we'll head into the premiere. But before that, let's give last big round of applause for our guest.
They're about to start the premiere, guys. You're about to go blind, well, not blind. You'll see the beautiful fox wife and deaf.
For our Saber, Ono Yuki-san. So, this is it, and we hope you enjoy the premiere. After the premiere, of
Fox
course,
wife
there will
up.
be an autograph session, again, right there in the back. So, enjoy the premiere, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Alright, I've muted the desktop audio. I'll still be here, but yeah, if you're heading out, Frostshard. We'll make a final decision on when CCC starts once the premiere is over. Oh, are they not gonna... Oh, maybe we aren't seeing it online. That's what I thought Albert said, but they have a thank you for watching screen up. We'll give it a minute. Really, I think we'll wait for the stream itself to end. They've also got the cursor just sitting there, which is hilarious. Look, I can have my cursor. If I put my cursor on this cursor, is that like they're holding hands? Oh yeah, no. Honestly, the Aniplex the Aniplex of America Fate streams are always kind of jank. I'm incredibly curious as all hell to know, like, just how they've evolved and devolved over the years. I almost wanted to do a video on it, but I couldn't find all the streams from FGO's side. Oh, the cursor's gone. Yeah, it sounded like they were going to show it, too. I don't know if they will, though, because this is a thank you for watching screen. Let's see what the YouTube chat is saying. Yeah, so I'm not sure. YouTube is also, because they weren't very clear about that during the they haven't been very clear about whether or not we're going to get to watch it then, because that's the crazy thing, is they even said on stream that it'll be worldwide, and they call it the Strange Fake World Premiere. So it's confusing if they don't do it at this point, but we'll see. We'll see. There's someone in the YouTube chat that said, I'm dropping Faye, I'm watching One Piece instead. Fair. Oh, wait. Eventually, the stream itself will end, and with how weird this stream has been, I won't put it past them to have not prepared an in-between slide here. The expectation, like, I don't know what to think, to be honest. I don't really know what to think. Why are we still here, just to suffer? I just refreshed mostly to make sure the stream wasn't over. I'm gonna let the stream go. I'm letting the stream go to conclusion because I don't even know what the jank of the stream, but I assume that we're not seeing it. That's my assumption. I'll reserve any pointed comments for a minute. Should I get CCC ready? Right now, CCC is set to start at 7. Depending on when and how this stream ends, we'll see if 7 ends up being the time. Right now, I'm leaning 7 will be the time. I might even move it up to 6:45 or 6:30, depending on how quickly it hits the end stream. Big thing I'm looking for is any sign that anyone in attendance on Twitter says it started. You laughed in the live chat? Fake. It's all fake. Yeah. Episode 1 doesn't exist. It's streaming. It's gonna stream. What is wrong with them? Hang on. Guys. Guys. There it is. It's on Crunchyroll's YouTube channel. It's not on the stream. If I open the stream back up, YouTube. Okay, guys, I am going to watch it here on stream, but it is remaining wholly blurred out here. I don't care that it's on YouTube for VOD, because this is fully available to watch VOD on YouTube here. It's a full anime episode. But we're being careful here. See, what happened was Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Hang on. No, I'm going to be fair to you guys. I'm actually going to restart this. And I will give it all, like, count down in case anyone wants to sync this up, since I'm not offering audio or visual. I'm going to start in... if you can pause this if you want. Give it a count of 5. So 5, 4... 3, 2, 1, start. It is funny how poorly communicated this was in chat, that it was premiering on the Crunchyroll YouTube channel and not on the stream itself. That was a very breakdown in communication moment. Of course it's a gas explosion. Of course it's always a gas explosion. Oh, shit! They're playing Belong. I didn't think this was going to be in the anime. Is this actually the OP? Nope. That was pretty funny, actually. As the audience. The web theme? The weeb theme? Oh, this guy's a weeb. You said the VN theme. It's the light novel theme, so... Again, always with the gas explosions. And like every gas explosion, the military starts getting involved. Kitsyland. Mo, let's go. Yeah, I figured it was that one. But it was closed down, wasn't it, in Moyo? I guess he said his old man. Yeah, I'm surprised to see Philia. No, the U.S. government has all the monitoring going on. Not when two servants immediately blow a hole in the desert. El Malloy! El Malloy alert. It lives. Wave of velvet. The United States has multiple factions that can't agree on what to do? What? Hey, Gray. What? I don't know what you're talking about, gents. Fate without a saber? Pfft, bullshit. 2009 Gray still isn't cured. Thank you, Mr. Weeb with a mohawk. Take the payday, Mr. Weeb with a mohawk. Surely nothing bad will happen with her. Nothing at all. Run. Hey. Inside Out. Oh, that's great. Fuck McRonald's. Inside Out is the new best anime burger joint. Caster knows. I love Castor. Hi, buddy. Damn. Really being told to participate here at gunpoint, ain't she? Who's a good pup? Who's a good pup? Okay, buddy. That's enough for a moment. Yeah, this guy, I remember this guy from the manga. Goodbye, asshole. Hell yeah, here we go. Finally seeing Saber do something. Altria cameo. Who is this? That's not King Arthur. King Arthur's not a man. That was the first hint of his identity. Not a hard guess, actually. Wow, they're not even being subtle. That lion roar right there. Flat. I appreciate that in episode 1, the American police arrested a heroic spirit at gunpoint. New spin. Crackhead. Crackhead. That's the new spin. Fake it. There is a considerable amount of end credits and a post-credit scene. Okay. Much as I want to listen to fake, no, I should let it play out because people are synced, so I won't skip this. That was really fun. That was fun. Honestly, like I'm very satisfied with that first episode, actually. The episode 0 song, it's between this and Belong, which will be the OP. I mostly expect this to be the final OP. I expect Fake It to be the OP. Get the justice. So yeah, no, this was a really good first episode, actually. I liked it a lot. I think Whispers at Dawn is the better first impression of Strange Fake, I think. Because obviously it gives you that, like... I think the fight between Gilgamesh and Enkidu is just so... It's so cool to watch. This is more of an introductory episode, so I'm not I'm not mad we didn't get like a more fleshed out fight scene, but I already love Saber. Saber is peak. I have actually seen this before. Like I've not the anime, but I've read the manga. I read the manga of this part before. I just didn't remember exactly how it went. It's been years. I read that like before the channel was even started. So this was mostly like I knew the general events. I knew he blew off the roof, and I knew he posed as, or he idolized King Arthur, and I know his identity just from being a wiki war, like a wiki warrior as far as following lore, but it was good. It was very. I'm looking forward to episode 2, even though we're not getting that till January at minimum. Yeah, they could make this song the ED and make Belong the OP. That'd be pretty good, actually. I'd love that. There we go. Vegas. Yeah. Hi, Oh, no, not Gilgamesh. That's right. This guy's from the church. I love this guy. He's going to have one of the cooler fight scenes in the series. I remember that. He truly is an American. I don't know if he's actually American or not. Yeah. Oh, are we going to get this in episode 2 or 3? Oh, they had the tease of Bite Down playing there too. Oh man, this is gonna be a long month. It's gonna be a long month and a half till we potentially get episode 2 if we get it immediately. Oh, I'm so excited. Okay. Let's chat for a second because I need to figure out the next step here. First thing I'm going to do is kill the obscuring spell. That can go away permanently. We are now at 6:30. I'm going to need at least 30 minutes to go get coffee to keep me going till pretty damn late. Yeah, the Jester fight. I love the Jester. The Jester fight is like, if I remember anything from the manga, it's the Jester fight. And it's also a part that was animated in the light novel trailer. Oh, I'm so looking forward to that. But yeah, one last pushback. We're gonna get the CCC stream started at 7:15, way later than normal. I got a text from Seki. King Arthur is in fact a man. Preposterous. We'll be getting started at 7:15 for the CCC stream. We can still talk about the Strange Fake premiere there if you want. We're not precluding ourselves from talking about it. I have plenty to talk about. But, man, that energized me for ideally the rest of it, or probably the rest of the night. We'll be back with CCC. It'll probably be a pretty damn long stream. It's the rest of the game. Ideally I'll have some coffee in my system, so maybe I'll be even more awake now. I'll see you all then. I hope some of you come back for that.